Hello, welcome everybody to our live stream. It is me, Where Streamer. We are doing a very rare thing today, special Saturday, first Saturday. This is not the first Saturday. This is second Saturday. Second Saturday stream. Because I had to move it from Thursday, move it from Thursday to Saturday. Just for this week. This is not a regular thing. Welcome. And let me check for other games. Sumer Hair always sends me a game. See what we got from him. My internet looks really slow. Oh no. Sire. I've got like massive lag. Game for analysis today. Everything is loading super slow. Yeah, my ping is 46. Alright, that's a game. Open. We're back in the 90s with like web pages loading here. Seriously. Where is it? Study. It's taking forever. Why am I getting challenged? It's not Blitz challenges today. I know you guys are a little confused because it is Saturday. Survivor SA. Oh, we played the other day. No, we can't have a game. It's time for analysis. I'm trying to get myself acclimated. It just feels like my internet connection's really slow, even though the ping says it's not. I don't know what it is. My computer just is hot or something. We don't call him Sire. I don't like that. I don't like that Sire stuff. Or Sir. But Sire's better than Sir. Alright, it's better than Sir. Your Royal Highness. Royal Chess Highness. Forefather. Facepalm. I saw that. They're advertising it in a... So basically, the Roman recycled. Dude, that's sick, man. Eugene Perelstein is recycling the opening that Roman taught him 20 years ago and branding it something for Chessable. Dude, get some kind of creativity, Holmes. Jesus Christ, he never had a creative bone in his body. Alright. I can't believe he's recycling the closed Sicilian Grand Prix attack for Chessable. They're gonna have to give away copies of that. Seriously. The only way they're gonna sell any. Why not, like, the London system? Anyway, we don't talk about that here, Move 11. The closed Sicilian revitalized. Whew. Really fire on board. You learned that you and GM Jesse Cry used to have lecture series together. Not exactly. Not exactly. I got Jesse, back in the day, we started this thing, and I got Jesse on board with someone else, and Jesse and I were two of the original lecturers for the site, and we parted. Jesse no longer does videos for that site, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't like exactly like that Jesse and I had a lecture series together. Jesse and I were part of the original people involved with that. It is now gone outside of my realm of control. I am merely a subjugated content creator. Alright, now for some reason the Pondicam looks like it's part of the Upside Down from Stranger Things. I don't know why. Why is like the Pondicam like yellow? but I'm not going to mess with it. It's Saturday. We're going to start some game analysis. What do I got from people for submissions? Asterbait, good to see you. Resident Spectator, Move 11, Sumer, Mule Skinner. So that makes 5. Subscribers to the stream, and thanks for subscribing, Move 11. Play poker badly. Sup, guys. I played poker badly yesterday. I don't know. I don't play enough. I feel like my poker sucks because I don't play enough. Alright, we've got Asterbate first. Always leaving money on the table. Chips or whatever. Move 11 just gifting a tier 1 sub to the community. It hurts when your opponents are like, thanks for raising, dude. I fold. But, you know, you never want to slow roll too much. Try to slow play strong hands. Alright. Asterbate, Dinekis, Move 11, Sumer. We got 4 or 5 games. Who else submitted games? What about you, HTFP? Any game? Any game? I don't like slow playing the nut flush. You know, too many times people have a set and they, you know, so you get paid if you have a hand. Oftentimes I don't bet my hand strong enough. All right, what are we doing? Just like the guy who has a flush and folded. So all right, you know, it happens. What do we got? Sumer first. All right. D4. Sumer versus Sudolede. Guys, this is not a weekly stream. We're doing our Thursday night stream on Saturday. It is Saturday. Alright. D4, E6, Knight of 3. Say what? Why is Sumer playing this? Why is he playing this? He never plays this. He plays D4, C4, Knight C3 in like every situation. That's weird that he played Knight F3. I mean, against me, it's like always C4 and the Nimzo. And if I play the Nimzo, he plays Queen C2. Where is this coming from? Sumer playing white? I'm sorry? Time control 180. So, what is this? 180 plus 0? June 4th? 180 plus 0. Okay, let's see the moves. 3 minutes chess. It's a lot of time. Ages. Years. Sumer playing Knight F3. I don't know what that's about. D5 and then B3. So, normally one plays E3 first when you play like the Kohli-Kotnowski. I don't know. If we want to really investigate why that is, I'm really not sure, to be honest. But I mean, look how infrequent this move is. Of course, this move order probably not that common, but I would think like, okay, E3 is the 4th most common move. Surprising how commonly G3 is played. That's the number 2 move here? Really? GM Tranquilizer rating with party of 20... I can't read. 26. Levente, what's up? He's been streaming. I'm never streaming at the same time lately, so it's good to see you. I don't normally stream on Saturdays. Tranquilizer, do you have a simul? I thought I saw it said you did a simul today. Are you doing, or did you do a simul? And the other question I had for you was, what about the tournament in Romania? There's a tournament organized by Baratoshi. Well, he was helping with organizing it. And I saw Kuznetsov is playing. So, what about over the board chess? Levante. Terga Mirish. Open. Not in the mood. I saw that now Nisipianu lost the first round. Is that right? He did like... I remember Mikhail Gurevich did that in the World Open once, where he lost the first round and then won the tournament. That's pretty cool. The Swiss Gambit. Yeah, I saw photos of Nispianu. We need to get Tranquilizer back to tournament circuit. Thanks, man, for the raid. Guys, check out Tranquilizer here on lichess and Twitch, of course. Welcome to all the Tranquilizers. Alright. He lost the first round and won the tournament. That's awesome. I remember when I was a kid, it was like 1988 when Mikhail Gurevich did that in a 9-rounder in Philadelphia. He like dramatically like lost the first and won 8 in a row. That was a much stronger tournament, of course. But I think that's always a really special thing. The first round loss and then a perfect score. I don't know if Despiano had a perfect score, but he won the tournament. Impressive. This was in Romania now. A tournament where our friend Baratoshi Daniel was helping to organize. He invited me, but I couldn't go. Why is it on Saturday? Yeah, because I had something I was supposed to do on Thursday, and then it got canceled, but I didn't want to change it at the last minute. Ended up like I shouldn't have moved it to Saturday, but here we are. Once I said Saturday, I didn't want to have to reschedule it again. So, here we are. First game. Nils, I can be bribed. Thanks for being subscribers. Thanks again for Tranquilizer. Check him out, guys. He's a great, great player. Vital Lamente, the Tranquilizer. Tanquilizer. You've never been to an OTB tournament. It's this Gildirk hand. Does it smell like a game tournament? You know what? I can't help you there. Alright. It doesn't smell good, though. It doesn't always smell good. But that reminds me of the time that Valentin Arbakov played in the World Open. And he didn't have a shower for like 2 weeks. He was wearing a smiley face t-shirt. One of those yellow smiley face t-shirts. And you could smell him like a block away. But how do game tournaments. Chess players have, better hygiene. Well, I don't know, man. Let's not talk about this anymore. B3, this is like a weird move. I think that black should probably go with C5. Black plays knight F6, that's good too. Bishop B2. So this, this leads to an interesting situation where I think normally you want to break with C5, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the other option for black would be maybe to counter fianchetto. So do like B6 and bishop B7. It smells like the tandoori chicken the guys in front of you eat before the round. Depends on where you live. Alright. So bishop E7. I think this is okay if you're going to play like B6 and bishop B7. Otherwise, you're just like placing your bishop on a passive square. I think you either play C5, which is like classical approach, B6 and bishop E7. That's about it. I guess Sumaher is experimenting with something new here. Okay, so C5. This bishop is on a passive square. It's going to be more active on D6. It's still not too late for black to maybe play like B6, bishop B7. Right. The weird thing about C5, move 11 points out like a really interesting strategic element of this, though. The weird thing about it is like you're attacking his center, but you're also like liberating the white bishop on B2. So it's a double-edged sword. But white is definitely supposed to play bishop d3. Every single game. 14 out of 14 players played bishop d3 here. If the black knight is on c6, it can hop into b4 and harass you. So, I guess if I were to sort of consider another move, it might be a3. Bishop e2 just turns it into like a queen's gambit where you're black. It's a Tartakova reversed. But this is a passive square for the bishop. You want your bishops raking the diagonals like this, normally. And that leaves the queen e2 square. This is really important. Subtle stuff, but if you play bishop d3, you have a place to put your queen. A place for mom. Sorry for playing fast to Friday. Yeah. I figured you were like in a hurry. I was thinking another weird move for black might be a5, trying to play for a break with a4. I think if black plays a5, white might seriously consider playing a4 in response. So he went here. That's a nice move. You see, if you had played your bishop to d3, hypothetically, black plays b6, one player here played queen e2, stopping bishop a6. Then you can be Victor Korchnoi about it and play this anyway. And then if white plays a4, black has bishop a6, trying to trade off the bad bishop. Anyway, so here, I think black can also play bishop b7. Of course, this is a normal move. But bishop a6 is interesting. Takes, I guess. Mikhail Zlatnikov against Alexander Shabalov. Yeah, that's a weird game, huh? 1995. I remember... I think I beat Zlatnikov. No, it was a different Zlatnikov. I beat Zlatnikov, but it wasn't 95. But this guy always played the English opening. And suddenly he's like playing... Why was he playing this against Shaba? Why did Zlatnikov, who played the English opening every single game ever, he was white, like play randomly the Tartakova or the Koltanowski against Shabalov? Stupid. Listen, don't like, you know, stick to your guns. I mean, if you play the English, play the English. Why are you afraid to play the English? Don't change your openings because you're afraid of the opponent. Zlatnikov always played the English, and suddenly he played this. Why is he doing that? Then he takes a6. And now queen e2. So Wang Zhang also has a game here, actually a recent game. My former teammate. What kind of games should we request? Scrabble, Spin the Bottle, Monopoly, a couple of my favorites. No, Submit. Whatever, you know, just kidding. I like to tell people at parties that I'm a professional Monopoly player when I was drunk. It's like boring to keep telling people, oh, I'm a professional chess player. And then you like troll them. Really naive people. Professional Monopoly player. 95 looks good. I think that black's going to play queen c8, queen b7, and then have a substitute bishop on the long diagonal. The queen is a substitute teacher. There's also this, you know, kind of maneuver to get the knight back in the game. Professional Snakes and Ladders. That's only in England. Shoots and Ladders. c4. Yeah, I mean, Zlatnikov's move. Damn, Shaba played this. I don't know. Whatever, it's like an equal position. Not the most aggressive way for black to play either. Surprised that Shaba would play that against the weaker player he has to beat. D takes c4, knight takes c4, yeah. Now the knight is still misplaced. And black doesn't have to play d takes c4 here, obviously. His biggest problem is that knight on a6. Actually, I mean, I don't know, man, what the point is with playing d takes c4. Why? I don't know why. Why take on c4? What should black play here? Seriously, I don't know. Is taking on c4 really a good move? And how do we recapture it? Sumehar decided to play safely. I think this is more complicated, obviously. You don't like taking on c4. Yeah, I mean, it is black's strong point. Why the bleep are we giving up our strong point? Oh, that's a nice idea. Right, okay, creative tactical resource. But if you do that, black has b5, and then it gets, like, structurally complicated. Pawn takes pawn, b4. But it's interesting, I don't know. You know, this... I feel a little suspect about that. The knight on a6 is a little bit weird, but it can still get back into the game. Yeah, interesting idea. Yeah, I don't think that I love d takes c4. I'm curious what the engine says. It goes with knight takes, and then secondarily your pinning move. This, I mean, this is not a bad move, honestly. The computer doesn't like it because it maybe weakens our structure slightly. I still think this is maybe the better way to play for a win. The problem here is that you have very high likelihood of total symmetry and a draw. But it's solid. This knight is still not moved. Pin it and win it. Queen b7. That's pretty strong. So he sensed about this diagonal. That's a nice plan. And now it's like equal. And a3, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, a3 weakens b3 slightly. Rook f d8. Right. Right. And now we're threatening knight g5. The old knight g5 trick. Can somebody tell me what's going on with that? Black's going to have to play rook f8. Yeah. Well, computers are not people. So rook f8, yeah, this is going to have to come back. If knight g5, rook f8 is forced. Or do we have something else? We have something else. We have this, which is really, really crazy. And if knight takes f7, black has d3. I don't like the look of that. Alright, so if knight f7, yeah, pawn takes pawn. This is okay. I don't like this. Alright, so he didn't play knight g5. Black played b5, by the way. I mean, that's kind of an aggressive move. Is he planning on leaving that knight on a6 forever? Is Black ever going to move that knight from a6? I have a creepy feeling about it. Is it ever going to leave the a6 square? Now, there it goes. Why are we helping it? This is a 3-minute game. I'm not going to overanalyze it. But I don't know, Sumehar. I don't like what we did with the play. I mean, the knight is on the side of the board. Why are we bringing it to the center here? Unless we have a concrete threat. Don't like the look of this. This is weak now. Doesn't make sense. You made his knight better. Still on the side. It's pretty funny. You know, seriously, maybe black should play knight e4 here. Or anything. Maybe knight a4 is a really bad move. Why? I mean, it looks active. Did I get a bribe? Oh, man. Bribe. Bribe in. $10. Nils is next. And he's black. Alright, Nils is next. We got a bribe. $10 bribe. Nice. Alright, Sumaher. I think he brought his knight off the side of the board, got it back in the game, and then black put it back on the side of the board. It looks active on a4, but it actually might be sort of sidelined. I don't think it should have been invited off of a6, though. Can I get back, please, to the study? I don't know, it feels like we've got huge lag. Ping 204, there you go. I knew there was something happening here. My ping was up to 204. That's not normal. We're still at 108. We have huge lag. And Ponda is in Stranger Things world with a pink background. So, anyway. We're still in the game. B5, here, 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 here. Knight on side of board. Bishop A1. Why not bishop D4? Bishop D4 more active. Maybe. You wanted your knight on D4? You want your knight on D4 to occupy Democrats? Oh, there you go. Yeah, black played A6, and then there. And now we've got a total domination of the C6 square. Starlink. Starlink. I keep getting tempted by like knight g5, but it looks like your move is better. Here, 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 and then matching knights. Ladies and men's. Yeah, I don't think this is that great. Black actually has rook c7 coming. Yeah, why put your queen on b8 to attack h2? This looks so much better. Look at this beautiful queen here. And controlling the c6 square, we're going to play that. I think black's holding on. But he plays queen b8. Now if h2 check, that's so greedy, my god. And then there. So what's black supposed to play? Very well calculated. Black is now lost. Congratulations, black. Deep things. And the pin. Deep tactics. And the check. What do we have? Queen g4? Okay, it was just it was a blitz game. He's lost here. Bishop h2 is crazy. I mean, black has to play queen e8, and I think he's actually alright, even though slightly worse. Yeah, it's better for white, but it's not lost. Okay, man, thanks for the game. That was Sumahair's game. I still don't know why I did it first. How did you get me? You didn't even make a bribe or anything. I did Sumahair's game first. I don't know why. Alright, Asterbait was actually first on the list. Oh, no, Nils. We have Anonymous versus Anonymous. Anonymous Nils. How did Bijak get his game to go first without even bribing me $10? Masturbate just... You subbed today. I don't know, you tricked me. Your game should have been like 5th or whatever. Instead, I did it first. Alright, this is Nils versus Nils. This is Anonymous. This is NN versus Nils. NN versus N. Alright. What are we gonna see here? Nils playing the black side of cool. Usually it's always a Grunfeld, so we can see Nils defending against E4. This is an OTB game. Nils, is this like a club game? Boom! Thank God somebody like didn't play the Italian game. It's so boring. This is Nils playing black. And this is where you sit there and you like pray to God that they don't play bishop takes c6. Biggest problem with a6 is like these annoying players who play the bishop takes c6. That's just Michael Adams' nightmare. When you try to play an aggressive opening like the Marshall or something, and then people play like the exchange, bro, the Paz, you're in trouble. This takes the fun out of chess. Immediately like Kamsky, Nakamura, Leiko. I didn't realize that Hikaru played this so much. Draw, 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 loss, win. Hikaru has like an even score. Anyways, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1, b5. So, obviously, like, you have to play b5 if you want to play the Marshall Gambit. I played bishop takes c6 in our simul game HTFP because I have played it in the past in Blitz for whatever reasons, but I studied the recent game where that was the theme and I wanted to try something. But I don't really believe in it, you know? Alright. But the exchange variation is good for maybe certain opponents. Obviously Bobby Fischer played it. But the question is, like, if you play the black side of Lopez, why do you play like b5 or d6 here? Well, d6 has a technical problem. Like, white can play bishop takes c6. Okay, anyway. It's not that bad for black, actually. But alright, whatever. Okay, b5, bishop b3, castles, c3. Now, d6. Nils doesn't play the Marshall. h3. And now knight a5, Chigorin here, c5, and then d4. So I'm like, this is... Alexei Swayton says this is like the starting position for like the most fundamental opening. He uses it as an example in his book, Modern Chess Opening Theory. This is literally like the starting position for like millions of games. Queen c7 is the main line. I don't know that much. It's like a whole world of chess that I haven't played very much. But I do know that this is like the main line. Obviously black has like a wide variety of moves, but I mean the e5 square is falling, so we have to generally address that. I mean black could even play like knight to c6, right? But this is... maybe the knight isn't so good. This is main line. I don't know where the modern theory stands though. So when I've been white here, I've probably played knight d2 most games, and occasional d5. Funny that this is a strange move. All right, knight on bd2. See, now this is interesting. The main line seems to be c takes d4. Now what's the logic? The logic is white's knight has moved to d2, so no longer has a good c3 square. So when you take here, you're not like giving him this here, controlling like d5. It's almost like black waits to exchange on d4 until that knight is moved. Waits until the knight is moved to exchange on d4. You could have exchanged on d4 the move before, right? Like you could take here. I've actually had a number of people play like this against me, but the problem is that gives you the possibility of putting the knight there on c3. I think maybe I studied this with a friend of mine when he was preparing for a game once. For some reason, I thought knight c3 was a move here. Yeah, I have a decent memory. Maybe it was the Ivanchuk. I think it was the Ivanchuk. So if you allow knight c3, that's probably often a good thing for white. You wait until knight on bd2. Nils didn't exchange. Then you could say, well, why exchange? What does that do? I mean, it opens up counterplay for black along the c file. It's a plan. I don't know what the best plan is. Nils played rook e8. One thing I do know, that if you play bishop b7, you're in trouble because this bishop gets shut down by the pawns, by this pawn here. And then you end up losing time, having to bring it back to that diagonal. So if you see, there's a lot of games like bishop d7. Even though it's not an exciting move, black's bishop has, it has scope both ways. Yeah, rook e8 looks like a normal move, very flexible. If this rook, can play against a pawn, that's good. It reinforces e5. That's good. The only place where the rook is not well placed is if white closes the center. Here you get a closed center where in a King's Indian type of world, we'd rather have a rook on f8, maybe to play for f5, but I'm not sure that's even a logistical possibility, because white has so much sort of ways to attack f5, g4, knight f1, knight g3. Are we ever going to play f5? It's possible as a desperate way to break out, but I mean, rook e8 looks solid, Nils. This looks solid. If here they close the center, and this is actually Alms from our he's a German candidate master who plays in our tournaments sometimes. Stefan, he plays this. I've had some games with him. The knight goes back to d8, this knight goes back to e8. They play like g6, f6, knight f7, something like that. Rook d8. Now I'm remembering something. Rook d8 is like Kirei's. Isn't this like Kirei's variation where he's trying to play for d5 somehow? So if white plays knight f1, you could possibly even try this. I don't know. How would this go? How can we get in d5? Here, maybe. Main line seems to be this. And then d5. There was a famous game where Kirei's played this with black. Tal Balashov. It's a lot of old games. You know, so there's some possibility that the rook will actually get active from d8. Anyway, alright, so rook e8, it's a variation. Knight f1. You played bishop f8. Yeah, obviously this we're gonna see a knight in f5 a lot. So black might want to play g6. Bishop f8 is pretty closely related. The only thing about that is, like, what happens if bishop g5? I guess you go here. This square looks scary. Yeah. Yeah, move 11. Sean Pinto, thanks for subscribing. 2-month streak. Yeah, this is the one hole in Nils's plan here. I mean, how do we deal with that? Bishop g5 and then the d5 square being weakened. I guess we have knight b6. I don't want to give up the bishop, so you have to play here. Borislav Ivkov, 1966. That's... Move 11, you posted a forum about when they're gonna like make. That's the oldest game I've seen. 1966 game by Ivkov. Wow. Seriously. Has anyone seen one older than that? Look both ways when you cross the street, kids. I love these knights. Rook e8, yeah, Rook e8 or Bishop f8 are pretty much... Ivkov died this year? I don't think so. I thought... Really? I thought he was like dead a long time ago. Really? Maybe. So there's h6, g6, bishop f8's less common. This does seem like a minor issue though, bishop g5. Alright, your opponent played knight g3 more robotically, and now g6. Now it's not a problem. Ray Robson, 2017. Okay. Yeah, he did. In February, wow. That's interesting. I didn't have a clue that Ivkov was still alive till this year. Now Nils retreated his knight back to d7. This seems like an important moment. We discussed it on stream. Oh man, do we play bishop g7, bishop e7, or knight d7? It seems really weird to play bishop e7 after just having played bishop f8. So I guess all of the above are possible. You know, the good news is that he put his knight on g3, so it's not going to jump into e3 and d5 anytime soon. So I guess I would play bishop g7. And I don't see how it's so easy for white to use this square. You know what I mean? What's he gonna do? magically make something come to d5. He's going to put his bishop on b3. What's he going to do? He doesn't have a good way to, like, exploit this square here. I'm not crazy about knight d7. It's just kind of passive. I like this better. You know, white could kill the tension here. But you got this coming. I mean, I don't think that white has anything. Looks like nothing for white. Your bishop's bad, but so is his. So, to be honest, I like bishop g7 better. Okay, on the other hand... no, there is no other hand. I like bishop g7 better. Whoa, whoa. Anti-positional. Schmacht. So, wow, dude. I wonder if he would have done that with the bishop on g7. That's an ugly move. Ugly. So many options here now. I like this. But white has sort of positional threat to, like, take and play d5 with protected passer. Man, this is a lot of tension. I don't know what to do. You can play knight c4. You can take and play knight c4. You can play knight to c6. You can take and play knight to c6. That's a double attack. You know, this is kind of scary, man. I'm not feeling this. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this is out of the question. Mr. Coffee's here. We're not playing knight c6. This is too big an issue. Yeah, you gotta go, and if you know, whatever happens, like, you can't let that bishop go unopposed in there. You gotta play, like, knight c4. That's what he did. This is just too strong. But, I mean, I'm serious. I think this was a mistake to play knight d7. Why not bishop g7? Stand your ground law. No. And I'm not sure about knight c4 either. Like, you don't have to make the exchange either. After b4, you could just go here. You know, is this necessarily bad? I mean, no. I mean, we got a monster blockade. I am not sure about this. I don't know that Nils needs to or should exchange here. You think b4 cd4 is terrible? I don't know. I don't know. Like, who's going to use the c file? You or him? I'm not really thrilled that you brought your bishop off of g... Wait, you didn't put your bishop on g7. What would have happened if you had played bishop g7 instead of knight d7? I mean, if he tries the same kind of stuff, I was just hoping there's some way this will work out to our advantage. You want to sack your knight for 3 pawns. That's deep. Deep. Interestingly, in this position, most players played b3, stopping the knight from coming in. Pinter lost twice. He's one of the biggest experts I know in the black side of the Royal Paz. Trained a lot of players here, including Amashi, who was the coach of the national team. Bishop g5, knight d7. b4. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, why not just play knight c4? I don't see any reason to release the tension. I mean, unless you got something going on here, which you don't. But there it is. You did it. Then he played a3 for no reason. The old a3 for no reason. I guess he just wanted to put the pawn on a square where it was attacked. What is a3 about? Like, this is not attacked. Is it to stop knight a3? I mean, that's clearly not a great move. Man, this is like White's first bad move of the game. Why is he wasting time on this move? It's a huge waste of time. I guess there's a problem, like, not having a good place to put the queen. I guess, like, d3. I mean, yeah, like, the pawn could theoretically come under attack, but Black would have to freaking play d5 in order to do that. Like, collapsing his whole control of the center. a3 is really a little paranoid. Now Nils played e takes d4. Extreme central capitulation. This move is awful from a structural standpoint, but oftentimes gets played so that we have active, like, diagonal for the bishop. But I mean, the first problem is you're giving him like an awesome square for his knight. I don't know what else to suggest, though. Everything else, this looks bad. You know, the c-file could backfire on you. You know, another thing is, like, maybe... Okay, he can't play a4 because of knight b2. Yeah, Ripun, feel free to submit a game. Yeah, it feels like Black's really restricted. This knight d7 I didn't like. Alright, pawn takes pawn, trying to get some activity, and then he went to g7. Just, like, pray to... No, there's no, like, knight f5 or something like that. Nice, though. At least you got active pieces now. Like, what if White had played d5? It's not so bad. You're going to be glad you didn't play bishop g7 here. You might even play, like, bishop e7, bishop d8, bishop e6. And get your bad bishop out. And you're glad that you didn't play bishop g7. In some cases. Alright, let's see what happened. So, takes here. Now Black's got nice active pieces. You can put the other bishop on b7. For the price of, like, a slightly weak pawn, your pieces are nice and active. And rook c1. Right. Alright. Makes sense. And now you have queen b6. But you didn't do it. Okay, I don't know what the big deal is with queen b6. Like, queen b6... Getting off the line, first of all. Attacking d4, second of all. And maybe we can... Well, we're just winning the a3 pawn. What does he play? Let's sack a knight. I don't think so. Nice fantasy for bullet chess, maybe. But I kind of doubt that works. So... Presumably knight f3. There's this. There's this. According to Stockfish, he takes D as the best move. Yeah, it may well be. You get active play. Yeah, everything's cool now. No, I didn't like his A3. A3 was a catastrophe. Is D5 the best? Looks like a strong move, actually. Yeah, no, this is strong. He's got a tactical problem. I'm having trouble clicking. Queen B6 is good. D5 is good. Which is better? You know, he just can't take. What's he gonna do? The A3 was a lemon. Yeah, the computer is torn between Queen B6 and D5. Eventually, like, comes around and likes D5 better. D5 A4. What's a good thing he played A3? Because that was really good move by white. That's the only really bad move. Alright. Now white's in trouble. He's like losing his central pawn on E4, no big deal. He tries to salvage it. 1, 2, 3. It appears this holds water. Your queen is pinned. You can hit his queen with this move, but it's not clear what that actually does. It is kind of awkward, though. Yeah, like, where does he put his queen? Queen F1? Dude, I might seriously vote for Queen F1. Can I really do this? I would be like peeing myself if this was an important game and I was white. It looks like white's about to drop something, but I don't know exactly. All of white's pieces are like loose after this. They look loose, you know, all of his minor pieces are sort of very shakily defended. But it's not clear that you actually have anything. Kinder eggs. Child man. That's funny. Stephen Childman. So, yeah, man, where is he gonna put his queen, dude? He puts it on C2. There's no problem with that. Yeah, it's alright. No, this is hanging and this is hanging. Oh, God. We're in trouble. But I'm not sure that Queen F1 would have mattered. You know, anyway, we're going here. But, I mean, maybe it's not enough. Let's see. Knight C2. If H6, Bishop F4, G5, you'd have to give up the bishop. That's alright though. G5's too weakening. What does the engine say? Queen E2 into the file. Oh man. It's bad. This is definitely not comfortable. I prefer C2. God, that's a disaster. Pac-Man ambulance. So there goes the dark square bishop, and if he takes the rook, he loses the exchange to bishop h6, right? So white's got to take with the pawn. Neil Skinner, welcome. Well, there goes the dark squared bishop. Look at that. Damage has been done. Now Neil's played rook a c8. This looks good. He just drops his central pawn with queen e2. I mean, doesn't he have to keep this protected? At least his knight on d4 is solid. I would think he almost has to play a different square. I mean, he has to watch this fork. There is no fork. No, seriously, what about queen a2? Did you make a mistake? You can always play knight c4 and you have a good game, but you probably have to. Neil's pieces are really nicely coordinated, and the bishops are awesome. He's done a good job. White played this. Now just drop central pawn, though. You can't just lose your central pawn here with white, man. This is game over. Game over, man. I guess he has to do this and try to get something going on the diagonal. I forgot f7's protected. Damn. It doesn't matter. It's protected, Holmes. Why didn't somebody tell me it was protected? Shit. Oh, no. It's protected. So what are our options? Queen b1. Keeping this protected. We can't just lose our central pawn for nothing. Man, it's like a minefield. OTB. 5+6 blitz. Nice. €60 prize and trophy. All that bullet chess is paying off, Neil Skinner. Couldn't have done it without me. Congratulations. So what about queen b1? I mean, he has to keep the pawn protected. Totally lost. Wow. +6. +6. There is no such thing as a Ginsu bishop. But this is +6. I'm feeling it. Five +6 is something like black's advantage in this position. Damn, with no material. Nice game, Nils. So he's lost in any case. This is game over. We have a knight c4, dude. I was thinking just go there and play f5. I just want to get rolling. Let him take it and just play f5. Go with the Ginsu. This has to be winning. Play like here, f5. You know. Rook c7 is... I'm threatening knight d3. Maybe he won't see it. This is I don't know. It's probably like the engine's #1 move, and Nils was like in the bathroom using his mobile phone. But it just feels kind of precarious, you know. You're defending f7 laterally, and you still can't play f5. You do have the cheapo knight d3. It's a Karpovian move by Nils. Rook takes c7, queen takes c7, rook f1. And now another Karpovian move. Rook e7. Karpov is cancelled. Nils likes the one move. The one square moves. The engine plays queen f6. Queen f6 trading queens. Ah. Simple. There's also that. I still think this is like game over. There's no way white is not lost here. This is just simplest. You were being like a neat freak with rook c7. A win is a win, though. Oh, no. He had knight f5. Suicide is an option if you lose this game, man. Yeah, something like that. Who's Karpov? Nils just played rook c7? OMG. I don't believe it. Alright, Nils. How do you feel about biting the bullet here and taking that knight? And then knight takes f5. What's he got? Knight h6? Screw him. Alright. Rook takes f5, wins? Seriously? What? What? Got a queen sacrifice? What? Dude, we're up a piece here. Have you counted your pieces lately? We're up a piece in this position. Bro. What is he, an engine? I don't believe it. Yeah, it's a little scary, I admit, but I don't think it's enough. No, he has knight takes. He had to play knight takes. Damn. Yeah, you were right. It was knight takes. I thought you had king f8. Jesus Christ. Yeah, of course, he just takes here. Shit. Yeah. You're totally right. I thought we had king f8. Doesn't work. Yeah, it just loses. Alright, no, not rook takes, knight takes. I was wrong. I thought this held, but he breaks through on f7 at the end. Damn. Man, this is heart-wrenching. So can you play rook d7? Instead of rook c7, rook d7. No? You went to the wrong square? You can't let him have the d8 check. Are you serious? Clearly you have to play rook d7. Stopping queen d8 check. Then he has knight h6 check. Your queen's double protected. e7's protected. f7's protected. Take with a rook. Bishop takes, rook takes, queen d8 check. Bishop f8. This is still a little scary. She could even play king h8 there. Plausibly. Jesus, you can play king takes. You have to play king takes. That's so scary, man. If rook takes, this is actually good for white. Queen d8, rook f8, knight e7 check. Oh my god. Yeah, you would have had to have seen like you could play king takes, which looks extremely scary. With all those knights hanging around? Can you believe this? White is lost. I can't believe after you were crushing this guy so bad, he even has a chance here. This is such bullshit. Yeah, that was bad though to overlook d8. And now he does bishop takes f7. Jesus. You've got to be effing kidding me. Nelson's opponent was not a strategic genius. But he wasn't bad tactically. Damn, dude. I can't believe it. Why is this guy playing the white side of the Roy Lopez? He's like horrible strategically and good tactically. He's totally playing the wrong opening. He should be playing like the Scotch or something. You know, why? He was totally white strategically. Oh man. That sucks, dude. There's no way that white deserved to win this. You made like one mistake. This is crazy. I can't believe he has this knight sack. It actually works. Do you have a move here, sir? With knight f3 check? Ah. You could have played that. No? Sleeping on the steering wheel. In retrospect, yeah, this would have killed this guy. Trading queens. That's brutal. He can't take, I mean, if he takes this, he drops the other knight with check, and his whole position, like, falls apart. Right. Well, I was saying, like, you should have played knight c4 anyway before, but, yeah. Yeah, knight d3 is sort of a stupid move. You're not attacking anything on d3. It doesn't really make sense. You're already challenging his queen with your queen. You don't need another piece. The knight on d3 doesn't do anything. Yeah, you just got, like, overconfident for one moment. Now the knight just sort of sitting there, not attacking anything in particular. You give this guy credit, though, for hanging in there in a hopeless position. There's also this point. It's easy to write him off here because he's been outplayed strategically. He's down a pawn, bad structure. Black has the 2 bishops. That's a vicious piece sack. Oh man, I'm sorry for you, Nils. Tough game. There's no way to take this. We're just getting destroyed. Double checkmate. Ow. Alright. Yeah, you're just dead. Immediately dead. That's brutal. Knight h6 double check. King g7. Queen f8 mate. Alright, we've got game from Camel Culture. Ripun Bansal. Double submission. Oh my god. It's an alien language. That's only 30 moves. Let's see if that'll go in there. Alright, that's Camel Culture submission. Culture. No culching. Is this right? Don't culch your camel. Can I copy and paste this? Copy. Tools, learn. Wait, I have to put this in the translator. Man, our ping is like 200 again. Paste. Chess translator. Process. Put it in the study. Yeah, I can see slamming your steering wheel a few times for that game. That's where I like to kick the trash can on the way out. There's this one. I've definitely done some like trash can smashing. The first episode of Better Call Saul, there's a scene where he like is in this parking garage and there's an ash can or trash can ashtray. It has dents in it. Like you can see that like people always have like kicked that. He just like trashes it. I definitely did that at one point in a hotel lobby somewhere. Just start going off on the trash can. That's what it's there for, you know. Don't do it to your car steering wheel. You might have an accident or something. Well, if you're gonna do it in the car, just do it while you know before you started driving. We already did Camel Culture. Why is my ping like freaking 200 here? So I never stream on Saturday nights. Maybe it's the bandwidth. Ping 76. Alright. Colorado class. Classy Colorado. Hi Saji, I sent you an OTB game. Say what? Oh, it's a separate study. Put it in a separate study. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Those are next. Those will be last. Unless we get a bribe. The first of the 4 games I won in a row last week. Camel Culture had a breakthrough tournament. Breakthrough tournament. You should have gone to the National Open. Oh, it's like under 2100, right? So it would suck for you. Camel Culture lives in Colorado, and like Las Vegas isn't that far, I guess. But yeah, I was just thinking National Open, but the sections there are like under 2100, and your rating wouldn't be good for that. You need an under 2200. World Open. Where am I? I feel like I've got ping of 300. Alright, Asterbait finally gets his game in. Get your game on. Alright, Asterbait, you ready? C5. We haven't seen an Astra Sicilian in a while. Knight F3, G6, D4, CD4, Queen D4. Hyper Accelerated Dragon. Dimitri Schneider played this against me in Blitz. I thought. Does that seem possible? Am I thinking of a different position? Knight C6. I thought it was this move. I was like, what is that? No one plays that. But I can't remember now. It was a 20-year-old Blitz game. What's the point, though? Like, if you play Bishop G5, Knight C6 coming, how do you, put your queen on a square where it keeps the E4 pawn protected? Would have to be A4, or E3, or D3. There are three possibilities. One of the above. D3, E3, or A4. Or C4. But C4 looks kind of awkward here. The Chinese variation. Yeah, I have this thing about the last 20 years going by really quickly. I can still remember stuff. Random Blitz games that I played. But this square is sort of prone to getting attacked by stuff, it seems like. So I would think either A4, D3, or E3. Queen E3 has been played 3 times. No one's played Queen D3. Actually looks like a kind of reasonable move. It gets in the way of this bishop, though. The other bishop's out, so it makes more sense to block that one. That's probably best. Okay. Here. Not inherently a logical move in the sense that it blocks this knight, and it, it's sort of like you're flirting with getting bishop b forward. But it protects the pawn indirectly by pinning black on the diagonal. It's not a good square for the queen, though. Bishop g7. Problem 1 solved. He's no longer threatening bishop takes f6. Now you just forked him. He's just lost already. So I guess white has to play knight on bd2. You castle, and now he's got to move his queen again. So he basically wasted a big fat tempo by moving the queen unnecessarily twice. If he has to move it again, here or here, it's just a free move. But this is an outrageous mistake. I mean, you have knight e4, and you're forking the queen and the bishop, and that's a huge piece. That's the best piece. White loses his best piece, best minor piece, and e5 is falling, so his whole position just falls apart. The Chinese variation, not very good here. This goes, b2's weak, this knight is hanging. You could even play queen a5 check. Actually, how strong is queen a5 check, dude? Because this knight is hanging, you've got multiple... you got multiple targets here. No? Check, check. Check, 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 check. Diagonal. Can I highlight some squares? Look at this. We're getting technological. Sludgy gets technological. Why does a what? Why does a now 27 rated player participate in Blitz Open? I don't know, Mule Skinner. It sounds like he isn't getting paid enough by the chess union. Yeah, it looks like Queen A5 check is really strong. What does White do? What are you going to do, man? He has to play King D1. Or maybe Queen back. He can play Queen back or King. Yeah, Queen back is best move. Because here, you've got check. There are some funny tricks, though. Like this. D5, F4. Queen takes F4. Surely that'll work. Alright, Aspirate. Anyway, this is good enough. I don't know, Mule Skinner. I mean, there's a massive difference in how well standard of living like these chess players might make. You know, if you take like the average Hungarian grandmaster is like eking out a living, while I don't know, you know, some connected guy with a lot of sponsors is getting a lot of money. I mean, it's totally random. It depends on where you live, I guess. I agree, though. I'll take it. It is a sad state of affairs, you know, when a 2700 level player has to like lower himself to competing with 2200s for a prize. That does seem kind of weird. But I've seen it at the lower levels. There was this Russian grandmaster who used to come to the Boylston Chess Club to play like club tournaments. But he was only like 2450. But he was still like just... He's a GM beating amateurs to win like $100 prizes. That was the only way he could make a living. It's all unclear to me. Okay, 95, Queen B3, E6. Why did you play E6? Acer. Every time you move a pawn, you weaken your position. Don't move unnecessary pawns. Let's just play castle. I don't know, man. Why didn't you castle here? Uber driver will be very disappointed with you for this move. And E6 also blocks your bishop. I don't think it's that bad in reality. But castles is a little tighter. I mean, D5 is solid. You got this. You got this. And now White has to play Queen A4. Only move. He neglected to play that for some unknown reason. And just lose this without a fight. Thank you for the rook, sir. Might want to play D5 here. And then Astrobate did the I don't believe it. Okay, man. No. Astrobate. Why in the world would you play bishop takes knight check here? This bishop is worth like 4 points of material. And you know the rule about permission slips for bishop to be traded for knights. You didn't get your permission slip. You didn't submit any permission slip. What are you thinking here? You're up material, even if he gets your knight on A1. Plus, you actually missed queen b6, which is pretty strong, I think. You should have been castled already, and now you're like giving away your bishop. But the most disturbing thing is the guy played b takes c. White played b takes c here. He could have played queen takes, obviously, with some ideas on this diagonal. That's crazy. The laser. White's playing laser tag now. I mean, he has 94. You're lucky you're not in big trouble here. After castles, 94, you have f6, and you're lucky that you're not lost or something. You're lucky you can even maintain control of the situation. Fake his knight out next move and you're still winning. But man, it's horrible. Bishop takes c3 is a horrifying move. B takes c is a horrifying move. And now you play d5. And now queen d4, same thing. Castles. It's like we had to beg you to castle. And I guess if white is being sensible, I wouldn't even bother to take the knight. You might as well play h4 and go for h4, h5, and go for the all in, because we're lost anyway. More practical player, I don't know, they might take the knight, but I think that white is totally lost anyway. The knight is trapped anyway. Let's just go h4 and go for it. This is horrible. Hey, what's up, Thomas Treinson? You see, the problem is Astrobate doesn't use his time. He used two minutes for this game. His opponent just gave him a piece. What is that? What is that? How is he 1586? He should have his rating taken away. 1586? He just gave you a bishop for nothing. What is that? Now he's got the mate in one threat coming up. Never would have seen it. Asturbating that nice move. Sorry, not today. Nice one. Yeah, he never got his mate in one threat. Anyway. No, Asturbate. You need a little bit more accuracy there. Nice checkmate though. The rating range around the 1600 level, yeah, Mr. Coffee. I mean, I see everything from people just dropping pieces to masters. But Asturbate, seriously, you need to be I don't know, maybe waterboarding. What are we gonna do? I don't understand. What do I have to do to get him to stop this? What's her name? Haskell? What was the CIA operative who was in charge of waterboarding? We're gonna have to stop Asturbate from bishop takes c3ing people. You cannot play this anymore. What do we have to do to get you to stop this? This is not okay. It's not okay. That is not okay under any circumstances. Why would you do that? That's inexplicable, an insane move. All right, it might be psychological move 11, but I agree it's a lot of inconsistency in the rating system here. Okay, Resonant Spectator against Dinekis. I assume this is from our tournament. Assume. Tomorrow's simul, guys. Yeah, no, bishop takes c3. You're lucky you didn't lose because of that move. That is insane. Bishops are worth more than knights. In that case, a lot more than a knight. That bishop was worth 5 points of material. It was a rook power bishop. That was a rook's worth of bishop you got there, and you just traded it for a lousy knight on c3 that wasn't doing anything. I'll give you a hint, Asturbate. If you play g6 and e6, you probably don't want to trade your g7 bishop. You know that. Alright, so this is Resonant Spectre Playing Dinekis from our, I assume, our rapid tournament. It's a Karo Khan. I don't know what to recommend against the advanced Karo Khan. I feel like bishop f5 is a little bit more correct. Try to play in the saddle tomorrow. Alright. Don't humble me too much. I need more players under 2,000. I mean, that really was the case. It seems like c5 is getting played a lot, though, you know. c5 is really catching up. If you look at the statistics there, if you went back, like, I don't know, 25 years ago, it would be like the ratio of bishop f5 to c5 would be like literally 20-1. Now it's like 3-1. So there's a lot more theory on c5 than there ever was. But I agree, of course bishop f5 is even more. But this is certainly not a surprise anymore. So I'm really not sure. I don't feel comfortable playing it for black. D takes c5. You can also play knight f3. But d takes c5 is the main move. a3. I just thought of a new idea. a3. No, alright. Here. Now the moment of truth. e6 is the Kramnik modern move order, but there might be some point behind playing knight c6 first. The question is, really, I know move 11 is interested in this, and so am I. The question is f4 good? If f4 is really good, then, you know, maybe the whole line is kind of crap for black, and black should just play e6. But if black has real counterplay here, somehow, you know, extreme chess ideas like g5, I don't know. This is the key test, though, I think. If white, I don't know, e6, bishop e3, I don't like this. I don't like this for black. So, e6 is safer, and now white played b4, and that's a mistake. So white's move is, move 11 knows. I don't know if he's still here, but white has options. I mean, there's bishop d3. There's a3, and there's knight f3. So all of them are playable. But this is not an option. Not an option that like promises anything for white. Question is, do we play a5 or knight c6? If a5 c3, or possibly bishop b5 check. No, a5 c3. Yeah, I don't know if black should play a5 or not. What if just simply knight c6? Maybe a5 is necessary. If you play knight c6, then a3, and knight takes e5, bishop b2. Maybe white's still better there? That's what I'm thinking. So my point would be, if we play this, then white plays c3, and then we play knight c6, and we have double threat, but white has bishop b5. Then we have bishop d7. We're transposing to another line. My problem here is that white doesn't try to keep the pawn. White plays like a3, gives you this, and then just has kind of like raking pieces. This is a problem too. Look at that, a Volokhitin game with white. The under the table kicker. No, he just stuck his feet under the table. Wouldn't kick them out. This is a bit of a problem. So that's making me suspect that we have to play a5. I mean, hell, you might even have b6. This is interesting, no? It's a little suspect, but plausible. I feel like a5 has to be the move. We want to force him to play c3, so that bishop b2 is not an issue. And now, the knight c6 does seem logical. So there's a game here. I don't know if I like this. She played it like a note boom. It's like an insane note boom. I would assume like b5 or something for white. I mean, white played b takes c5 and drew the game. But that looks kind of gross. I don't like white's pawn structure. Like, what's this, you know? I think I'd almost rather go here for white. And though probably these pawns are too strong. It's just a bad variation for white. Okay. So this is good. The engine likes it. This is good. Queen a5 is always bad. That's one of our jokes. But it's more reliable than the Feingold rule. Okay, so they're supposed to play b5 right away. This is the best. There's a Queen's Gambit like structure theme going on here. Okay, so a5 is best. This is going down the line. And now you have a new move, knight c6. But white obviously has bishop b5, bishop d7, take. We've transposed to a Hikaru game for 2001. That's an old one. We've still got the lever with b6. Yeah, I like Hikaru's move better. White's being materialistic in the game. This is really important, the b6. San Segundo versus Kenkin from 1995. Nikolai versus Lars Bo Hansen, 1992. Holy shit. That's ancient. Ancient. But the idea is like b6, knight d4. We have b6, knight d4, bishop a4. Bad time for Bonzo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what White's thinking playing this against Kinkin. But 97 is too slow, dude. Yeah, I played Borga in for Saturday in 1998, and then I last saw him in the New York Open in like 1999. He won the under 2400 section, or he was in the top group with me. He was winning. I think he lost against Fiegler in the last round. Something like he had a chance, but I don't know what he does. I haven't seen him in 20 years. 97 doesn't look right. I mean, there's no time for this. We have to break quickly. It actually looks like, the plan is obviously knight d4, bishop a4. And black is probably better. Somebody played castles. Both these guys played castles and lost. Black's game was a little precarious. It's pretty funny. Nice move by Kinkin there. He's a big-time Caro-Kann expert. Okay, so 97 looks slow. He became a GM. Are you sure about that? I think you're thinking of someone else. You're thinking of Pedersen. Neil Skinner, not Borga. You're thinking of the other guy. The other Nikolai. Pedersen. Yeah, this is Borga. This is a different guy. He was older. He's older than Pedersen. Borga's like my age. I don't think he does chess full time. Pedersen's younger. Okay. A little younger. Yeah, this was weird. Black took his time about getting these pawns back. Or not getting them back. It's one thing to not be materialistic, but I think that honestly, like, Resonant Spectre is taking this a little too far. He's, like, not stressed at all about the fact that, like, White has a 3-on-1 majority on the queen side. I mean, the truth is, like, maybe it's too late to do anything about it now. But I think you missed your window to play b6 here. Now it could get a little bit odd. You have f6, maybe, trying to pry open the diagonal, but that's obviously double-edged. Yeah, this is not good. So, at this point, black is in trouble. I mean, maybe you have to try, like, bishop c4. There's really weird moves like that. I'm pretty concerned that black is not okay in this position. So you reacted to, you should have counteracted that c5 pawn more quickly. You just let it remain, and I think, like, white, is keeping an advantage here. Now, maybe bishop d7 wasn't so bad, as that was a strong trick. You still could possibly play b6. Yeah, but now this is unpleasant. We're in big trouble. Yeah, we're lost here. This is lost, man. Yeah, I mean, somewhere between move 10 and move 17, you lost the game. You gotta play b6. And probably you should play right away, like that Armenian WGM. Maybe she's a men's GM, a Perchian, I don't know. You have to get in b6 at some point, as early as possible. It looked like the way you played it was just too routine. This didn't do anything. I mean, you just drove his rook to a good square, and your bishop just doesn't really do anything. It's like a ghost out there. Now I think you're just totally lost. And trading dark square bishops doesn't really help, but I don't know what to suggest. You're just destroyed here. Maybe rook a3. You can try this. Rook a3, I guess. Bishop g7? No. Probably he defends his knight. You have outside chance here of maybe some kind of counterplay on the queen side, though it looks kind of dubious. There are really awkward moves like c6, bishop takes c6, knight b1, for example. This is attacked and this is attacked. How are you going to defend both of those pieces? It's just not going to happen. But I guess like queen a8 and bishop g7, rook g8, something like this. I mean, objectively, black should be lost, but I suppose you still have some practical chances. But I think trading the dark square bishops might have gotten your king to a reasonable position. At least you have that going for you. If you play h6 now, I guess it's still not going to really help. If you play this, then g5 and f4. No, I mean, maybe you should play g6, though. I don't know. Alright, let's see. h5. Rook a3. And this is a huge square. This is your last chance. You tried b6. Too little, too late. hg6, what? White played h takes g6 here. Unbelievable. Victor Borgia might be related. Masturbate. Okay. B6. The famous pianist who was on the Muppet Show. There's a great episode of Muppets with Victor Borgia. Classic Muppet episode. Yeah, I mean, h6 is just... I don't know. You know, it's like Asterbate playing bishop takes c3. Why would anyone in their right mind play that move? I mean, I know he plays too quickly, but White has like an ideal position here. Everything is good. Knight d4. All he has to do is like play knight d4, put a rook behind the c pawn, and black is probably lost. He has a dream position. I mean, but to play this, to give you the H file, that's insane. He gave the H file, randomly sacrificed a pawn, and then he played G3. It's like self-mate. Like, seriously. G3? First I'm gonna like force your bishop to c6 and then play g3. It's like it was a joke. He was trolling himself. You're mating yourself. Wow. And you've got queen d5 as well. What a turnaround. Unbelievable. Alright, good game to an extent, but I don't think you handled that opening correctly. I've got move 11 up next. Guys, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Chess is brutal. Thanks for the support, guys. Don't forget to donate. Alright guys, move 11. Don't forget to subscribe, support the stream if you can. Anonymous gift. We haven't had an anonymous gifter in a long time. Where's the anonymous gifter? Where's our board? I don't know why I like that. I like that ghost emote. Okay. Hype train. Move 11 is playing black here. What is this, a blitz game? 5 minutes. Alright, we're gonna look from black side. Oh my god, I just pressed the freaking F key and it... Dude, it's like messing with me. It's going full screen. We have a problem with my focus getting stolen by the Streamlabs desktop. I press the F key and it just like full screen mode me. Yeah, Shirazi with the F key. Poor guy is like trying to ask the forum for help is like banging your head on a cement wall. Alright. So, move 11 playing, what is this? 22-2-2. Quad twos. Deuces never loses. So e4, c5. Knight f3. g6. Move 11 is black against 1900. This is a blitz game. c3. Then the everlasting question. Shall we play bishop g7 or d5? Or do we want to get real fancy with like knight f6 or something crazy? Move 11, have you ever experimented with this? What's really surprising is, you know, I've looked at this, but I've been very unconvinced by it. It's hard to believe that this is actually good for black. Why is the score so good? Queen b3. Queen b3 is not an option. The mustache streamer. Oh! $80 games isn't a good sample size. Yeah. It's a lot of wins for black. It's kind of creepy. No, I think this is anomalous. I know that 80 games isn't a big sample size, but it feels anomalous. Like there's something here about this, some reason. I don't think it's just totally random, but yeah, I agree in general. Usually 80 games wouldn't be a big sample size. Still, it is pretty strange. Maybe it's just a coincidence. So d4. I mean, it's probably a good move to prepare, you know, if you want to take your opponents out of book a little bit. Bishop g7, d4. I mean, maybe the point is, like, a lot of people who choose to play this variation don't necessarily play the c3 Sicilian. I've played it, you know, against this line, but I don't play the c3 Sicilian normally. There are people who just play c3 against this particular line, and they probably don't know what they're doing in like a knight f6 c3 Sicilian necessarily. But I guess move 11 has left the building. Alright, so the other day I had a problem in this. I lost a simul game against somebody, Mr. Slowhand, who played the delayed. He played the delayed Smith Gambit against me. I mean, objectively, it's not a problem, but you have to know what you're doing. And we had that takes. What's the deal with Queen b3? Can I play knight h6 here? Bishop takes h6. Bishop takes h6. Bishop takes f7 check. King f8. Threatening to trap the piece with e6. It's actually good for black, or equal at least. Bishop d5. Huh. Crazy though, very complicated. In any case, you have to be prepared, as black, you have to be prepared for the Mora, or sorry, excuse me, Smith Gambit deferred. C takes d4. So that's the other option. I love it when like the beginners play this. That's the bang your head on the cement wall variation. Okay, we've been through that routine before. Kind of frustrating to play against the cement wall, but not good for white. So we got main line, d5. Yeah. Yeah, so there are two problems here, but the bigger problem seems like e5. This is not as serious. Especially with the knight on f3. This is just not a problem. Worst case scenario, it's like a Caro-Kann Panov, where you play a gambit or something. This is not really a big deal. So e5, and then here we are. I don't know, Move 11. Hopefully, the great Eugene Perelstein will come out with a renovated Gingy repertoire for Chessable. Yeah, I know you tried to play A6, right? We've tried to play A6. Extreme dubious chess moves. We've gone that far. Obviously, if knight c6, h3, and you got Roman versus Michael Adams, or Michael Adams versus Roman, which is unpleasant. So bishop g4, move 11, played bishop g4. I played this with white against someone who played knight h6 against me. I mean, I still think that knight h6 is playable. I think that's kind of awkward to play, though. Check, and knight d7. So you had another game we analyzed, I think, long ago in this line. This is the Kaidanov-Perelstein variation. Like, Roman had discovered this when I was working with him back in the 90s. We hadn't found this move. Because we were still playing knight c6 back in those days. Someone actually played king f8. I don't know. That's a little strange. Alright, knight d7. And then white played knight c3. e6. Michael Song, Perelstein, 2015. I don't like black's score here, but none of them are like good players except for Sebastian Mays and Perelstein. Yeah, but why knight c3 so early? That's why that move isn't played very often, I guess. What happens if h3? We have to take. White takes with the queen, e6, and this pawn is weak. Yeah, this is crazy. Unbelievable. The Cuban Grandmaster Delgado played this? No. No, he played castles. Okay. Yeah, nobody normal would do queen a3 either. This isn't good for white. This isn't good. So castle seems best. Knight c3. Castle. And now knight e7. Wow, this is pretty interesting. What about bishop g5? Damn. The late great Al Chow. Really sad. Another person we lost in the last couple of years. Al Chow died like last year. He's like just a little bit older than me. It's crazy. He was a good guy. But yeah, this looks good for black. 1994 was a good year. Sort of. Actually not. Yeah, man, I don't know what Burnett was doing here. Bishop g5. I like bishop g5, though, if you're going to play something. I mean, you don't want that knight coming to f5, like getting on your d-pawn. That's probably black's best move. objectively. I mean, knights are worth more than bishops here. So, I mean, this I think we need to talk about the pawn structure, right? Like this reminds me of let's just highlight all the pawns. I mean, there are no pawn breaks except for f6. It's just not a situation where the bishops are great and the knights can get onto outposts and be really strong. So you could easily have a situation where like the two knights were as good or better than two bishops. I feel like the symmetrical pawn structure also not great for the bishops necessarily. I think that the Burnett is smart to play bishop g5. He ended up losing the game, but I don't know that white is worse here. Castles. Maybe queen a4 looks weird. I don't know what he's doing there. He wanted to get out of the pin. But I mean, why not just like play something safe for white here? h3. Wow, queen a4 was best. Surprising. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes d7. Wow, this is crazy. Oh my god. That's nuts, man. I've never seen this game. Al Chow did bishop h5. That is insane, dude. Wow. I mean, you gotta be smoking some serious dope to play that move. This is seriously crazy. He did that 8. Oh my god. g4. Ronald went on to lose this ending, where he's slightly better. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that the knight is worse than the bishop, acerbate, in this type of structure. White should not have lost this game. Alright, but going back. Move 11's bishop g5, that didn't happen. Move 11's game. White played h3. Take. Yeah. Why not knight f5? Damn, dude. My point was, you're getting on that knight outpost. Were you afraid of knight e2? We have queen b6? No. So move 11, explain to me what's going on with knight f5. Are we declining to do that? Or is this just a blitz game? Your knight's going to get hit by... Yeah, it's going to get hit by... Yeah, we don't mind that. I'm not excited by it, but I don't care. You know, I don't mind, like, taking on e3 if I have to. As long as I'm, like, castled. I am concerned about knight getting kicked out with g4, though. Because that is potentially dangerous. There's some interesting stuff going on here, though. Say castle, g4. I want to sack a piece. I want to sack a piece and like play for cheapos. No. It's a nice fantasy, though. This g4 is a little awkward. How bad is it, though? You know, let's say g4, knight h4, queen g3. We can't play f6 ever. White threatening bishop takes d7. This knight is... We're sacrificing pieces again. This is just bullshit. This has to be bullshit. Queen is trapped. No. F4, queen, b6, check. Takes on b5. But he has this. This is just bullshit. We're just down a piece. There's no way there's any real compensation. 2 pawns for a piece is not gonna fly. This turkey won't fly. So Norris Delgado played knight f5, rook d1. I mean, that's weird, isn't it? If you have a choice between rook d1 and knight e2, why would you choose to play rook d1? I mean, what is a rook going to do on d1? The knight on e2 maybe could like swing up to f4 or something. I guess he just didn't want to leave his bishop unprotected. He could have played bishop e3, like you're suggesting. I mean, this isn't a big deal. You know, this isn't bad for you, though, you know. I think you're close to equal here. But we don't have to take on e3. You take on e3 when you have to take on e3. Yeah, the exciting bishop d1. I mean, it might not be that great. Bishop d1 is bishop f1 is highly overrated. I don't know, defending with a smaller minor piece just seems more proper. Okay, anyway, so castle. There we go. Alright, bishop g5. And we go into acerbate mode with a6. The highly constructive a6. Now we're really getting somewhere. Right? Yeah, I mean, this is why I feel like Al Chow was onto something. I mean, was this really, like, do you think Al Chow just made this up over the board? Maybe, but I feel like it might be something he had actually analyzed. Queen a4, this is such a crazy line. But white doesn't even have to play that. He could have just played h3, and we would actually transpose, right? This would have transposed to your game. That's a transposition in bishop g5. I keep looking at f6. Is that crazy? It's crazy, right? Yeah, 1-0. Okay, it's not 1-0. I guess we have this. I'm a little worried about this. We lose a pawn. And probably the game. So f6 just doesn't work. But I don't like a6 either, man. Yeah, I think we're kind of like screwed. We're just like worse. So you have to cast the blame on the last move. 97. No. 97 is the only move. Alright, anyway, I don't know. I'm trying to solve an entire opening, but let's just go to the game. White is better. Is there anything else you can do? F6 doesn't work. Okay. So it's a little passive. No big deal. I don't really like this. He's got a big weakness on d4. No, move 11's alright here. I told you guys, like, there was this time when I played in the U.S. Amateur Team Championship and Roman was on board 1, and he, like, barely beat this 2000 player who had this kind of position against him. Yeah. But I think we're comfortable here. Knight f5. This is a much better version. I would be cautious about taking there, though. You better make sure you're going to get that pawn and keep it. The g4, g5 is kind of on the horizon. Subtle. Imagine that. White played g4, g5. Oh, Uber driver with queen a4. Normally white does that in this variation. Serious suggestions only. Yeah, I'm not sure I like bishop takes here. But move 11 was worried about this knight. But let's look at the crazy suggestion. There's this. And there is this. Yeah, I don't want to take on f6 necessarily. There is queen somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know if you want to play... You know, one thing you definitely don't want to do is like let that happen. Your queen gets trapped with white. That would be embarrassing. So maybe I was thinking queen f4. And then Uber driver goes like pawn grabbing. And gets brutally checkmated. But I agree, like move 11 shouldn't play bishop takes f6 unless he's sure he can get that pawn. I'm getting a little bit claustrophobic. Queen d6 looks slow. You might want to play h5 as well. Wilbur. h5, good move. That's a good idea. Oh, he took it. Threatening g5. You didn't play it. I mean, it loosens you up a little bit. If you play g5, you win his f6 pawn. But, you know, like here, here, and then here. I'm not really sure. But my gut instinct is that black is probably okay. Although I'm not sure. This actually could get... This could kind of fall apart. This may not be good. f5 looks really bad. This looks really bad. He's going to take it out. You're going to have to play like king g6 or something. Black's like literally going to have to put his king on g6 to not lose the f5 pawn. I don't really like that. Okay, so maybe g5 is not the safest move. But move 11 played that. And now rook e7, queen f6. Bail out time. And now, okay. It's time for the end game. Black facing the queenside majority. No, so white has a pretty straightforward plan. I mean, I think like b4, a4, rook b1, followed by b5, etc. And black's playing for holding on here. You know, here move 11 played king takes h6, but I'm not sure that's your priority. I feel like you should get your a8 rook active first. I mean, normally, like, centralizing the king is important, but this rook is just not in the game. Should we get the rook, you know, to an open file? Uber Driver knows. Uber Driver's like an expert in playing for draws. But in a way, like, move 11 is right. I mean, he's not going to be able to make any... He's not going to be able to defend himself till he takes his pawn, because he's got to, like, move his other rook, too. White's being materialistic here. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's correct. But my first thought was... My first thought is, of course, to go for the passed pawn. You know, b4. He gets one rook behind the passer, and then the other one's in front, and then jumps out of the way when it's ready, you know, when it's ready to go. I mean, I guess ideally, like, white, rook b1, rook b2. So, like, b4, rook e8, rook b1, rook e2, a4, you know, this is kind of like an Uber Driver variation. Here, b5, take, rook down, threatening perpetuals. And then if rook f1, we get behind the pawn and we're okay. Maybe black's even better now. Yeah. Black has enough counterplay. So, that's too slow. He goes for the pawn, rook c8, takes, rook down, b3. b3 is... Yeah, routine move. Maybe rook b1. But is it gonna matter? Not really. Because we have rook b6. Maybe b4 then? We might as well play b4. Not b3, but b4. I think that Uber Driver like sort of looked ahead in the moves or something, and he's already seen what happened. Yeah, white was smart though. He played rook c5. That's not going to save him though. Actually, rook e5. It would make more sense to play rook e5, no? Why rook c5? Rook e5. I have another question. When white plays rook c5, why rook b2? Why not rook r2 d2? I mean, attack the hanging pawn. He clearly played here to stay on these pawns, but I'm a little concerned about this. I would think rook d2. It should be a draw. I mean, is there some chance you're gonna like lose a6 and lose the game? You're threatening rook f2. I mean, rook e2, rook f2. You played rook b2, and white played d5 here, and then rook f1, and then you went rook e d2. And now white's probably worse. Oh, he had rook a5. That doesn't matter. Oh no. Rook d1 at the end? Okay. Rook c3. Here move 11 played a pretty weird move. King g5. But maybe it is a good move. I mean, if we just back off with rook to the back rank, I don't think this ever should have happened. First off, okay. Black has to be careful now, and it's possible he's even lost. I mean, there's no way this should have happened. Like, move 11, he could have played this differently, no? Rook D to D5. I mean, seriously. What's going to happen here? Like, rook takes here? There's no way we're losing this. Now we're actually better. So he misplayed it. This never should have happened. And actually, why don't you just take here? You should have taken on A2 right away. White's rook is not in a good position on C5. It's in a bad position, and you're getting behind anyway. So this was a mistake. And then the single rookening isn't really what we wanted. Suddenly we're in danger of losing. Our king is one square from getting behind on D8. If we play rook C8, D6, rook back, D7, rook D8, and now the white king is coming in quickly, but what can he really do? Rook D6, rook D6. So maybe you have to play king G7. King F3. King here, king here, king here. King here. Rook takes, king takes. King F6, king here. H4, F4. A5, H4, king F8. Jesus. Well, we're alright. We're not alright. Man, we're like losing this. Jeez. Hey Excel Poker, what's up? Black is losing. Nice. Up a pawn and losing. So there's really bad shit that can happen here if we defend too passively. So he played this. And then white played a horrible move. He has to play D6. You have to play rook back. He plays D7. You play rook D8. This is a different story than the previous one. But it's still concerning. Black is not better, even though he's likely to be up a pawn in a moment. King E7. I mean, it's ridiculous evaluation by the computer. I don't think that black has any chance of losing. But I could see some weird scenarios. Here we're alright. Yeah, the fact that pawn's on A5. I made a mistake in that other variation we went on. I made a big mistake playing A5 for black. Here. You know, this is interesting. Here, I said that black loses, but A5 is a massive blunder. Going over these variations quickly, it's easy to do that. You know, that gives him king B5 at the end. That's why he wins. So I was wrong about this. But I'm surprised that black's winning. King f8. It's actually winning for black. White has to be careful. Okay, it's a draw with correct play. So this is actually a draw. That's a more fair result. It should be a draw. Okay. Yeah, this is a blunder by white, and now he's like potentially gonna lose. Why didn't you take this pawn? I don't understand why he doesn't take the pawn on b3. Well, one of the pawns anyway. I guess he figures he can get them anytime. Alright. He played rook d3 though. That's why. Man. So you had to take the pawn now. This is actually a better pawn. It gives you a passer. All rook in games are draws. So you failed to take the pawn. Yeah, now it's a draw. But the king and pawn endgame is... He's... You know, even with g5, he has b4 or f3, king b4, king b4. I guess we could lose, huh? Are we losing? No. What does white play here? So that's a really important line. You know, you have king c5. What's actually happening here? Black's winning. Wow. What? That's crazy. Holy shit. Black's actually winning. Those pawns look so weak. Pretty crazy. So how does white hold on here? f3? I mean, I figure f3 doesn't change the position. Doesn't really help. You could just play f6. White has b4. But then, yeah, so what is this? b4, king d6, king d4. Oh, man. f4, king e4, f5, king d4, g4. Jesus Christ. I guess white is winning here. This is crazy. Why isn't white playing 40-45 king c3? King c5? Because I'm an idiot. Of course. Duh. No, this just wins. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. I don't know, because I'm looking at it from the wrong side. I would see it with white. Yeah, of course. This is a huge threat. So you have to play here. Yeah, I don't like this. White is better. The doubled pawns really matter here. Move 11, yeah, he should have gone for the pawn. This is a huge blunder to allow rook d3. Maybe he thought he was winning the pawn, but he's just not. Yeah, so this was a good decision to blockade. Now you're winning, almost, no? Rook e7. Played rook c5, but what's the best way to play this? Is it rook c5, or is it something else? I guess rook c5 is good too. Yeah, this is a tricky ending. I didn't see the obvious win there, of course. Oh, man. Yeah, so this is important too. Can he play rook e3 and drop a pawn? You can't drop f4. So this looks bad. Like, he has to go here. It looks like white has to be lost. But I don't know. I mean, we don't have that many moves. King d3. We're going to get Zugzwang here. It looks lost. But you never know. Like, maybe he gets some crazy thing. This has to be winning. So move 11. It looks like you're winning with rook e7. Okay, he can try to avoid trading rooks, but what is he supposed to play here? This is awful. Here. Yeah, I mean, white has to try this, some kind of thing where he doesn't trade rooks. He has a bad structure and he's down a pawn. He cannot trade in the king and pawn endgame. And he just trades in this king and pawn endgame. This is basically the same thing. King d3, a5. But why not this first, threatening king b4? He would have to go here. Then you play a5, then he plays h4. Then you play, like, whatever, f6. He has to give way. You go into b4, he has to defend. And this is the point. You can't win this position because of, like, his king position. Shit. So he's getting a draw. Oh my god. He just gets opposition if you try to cut him off. Dude, that's so sick. Did something similar happen in the game? You played a5, h4, king c5. Yeah, this was the exact game. f6, you play king d3, b4, king c2. And now you play king b5 because you didn't want to play a4. But wait a second. Let's go back to f6. So here, you don't play f6. Can we try something else? This problem is here, 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 and yes, here. You know what, though? I mean, maybe you have some weird plan where you could come around the other side. If he tries to get over to b5 to win your pawn, like you have some kind of g5, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Exactly, exactly. Maybe that's the point. So where were we? So like king c5, whatever. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine, but let's do this instead. Then he goes there. Then we go here. If he tries to go active, we go back around the other way. There's problems here, though. He can follow us up and not go after the pawn. And then after king g7, he just follows us in. Okay, it's still complicated. King h6, king takes f6, king h5, king f7, and you're winning. If you don't play f6, maybe it's easier to get to h5. It's an interesting idea. You can play king f6, king g7, king h6, king h5. So let's see. But if you don't play f6, okay, you go here, he goes here. See, now you can't force him to e3. So he can go directly to d4. Do not pass go. And you don't have any g5. He's going to go over and eat your pawn, dude. No. You have to play f6. Because f6 gives you g5. You need g5 when white puts his king on b5. You know, you got to go like here. For example, king d5, king d3, f6, you know, king e3, king e6. If he tries to go up here, the point is, if he goes after our pawn, we're blasting him with g5. So you have to have this move or you're toast. This is like the whole point, right? Take, 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 f4, and we're winning. Silver driver, no, we can't do without f6. It looks like f6 is mandatory. King d3, and then king d6, king d5, king d5, king e6, yeah. This is the line. That's instructive, move 11. This is the win. You go over to that side, and you mobilize your majority. Nice. Yeah. Is there any other way to win? Yeah, this is a draw. Yeah, that's a really interesting game. Alright, thanks Move 11 for the instructive king and pawn game. We're going to go on now. Sumahara we already did. Anonymous we did. Chapter 7. We've got Mule Skinner and Repunj. Alright, what's Chapter 7? I should do Mule Skinner first. What are these? Chess for Feel? And Snedsteg. Okay. Snedsteg is a subscriber. We've got Camel Culture. That's game 7. Who's Chess for Feel? Is Chess for Feel a subscriber? Alright. Mule Skinner is next. Sorry guys for the disaster game. Hold on a second. Disaster number 3. Oh my god, I just closed the window. I'm all confused. I hate Chrome. It's so annoying. I hate Chrome. I never used Chrome, only for lichess. Alright, Mule Skinner, we're going to try this one more time. Disaster number 3. Can we see this board? Now it's like gone. Okay. Window. Can I get a window, please? Window on the wall. Properties. Window properties. No. No. Mule Skinner's Disasters. Alright. Saturday night. What a way to spend our Saturday night. What is that? Ponda is in the upside down. It's like all orange. I don't know why the camera turned orange. Number 3. It's Mule Skinner versus Ros Montoya Jose Ignacio. It's definitely e4. We are not synced. Doesn't matter. Alright. e4. Flip it up. Please, God, don't let it be a French. Mule Skinner. That's the wrong game. What are you doing? Like, I can't change the... You better not be in the study, Mule Skinner. Stay out of the study. No going in the study while I'm doing the analysis. Okay, it's not a French. Okay, knight c3, e6. The anti-Grand Prix attack. And Mule Skinner plays it anyway. Yeah, I don't like f4. I think that f4 should go out the window against e6. But it's playable. It's just not great. Yeah, maybe you need another line here. I mean, I don't know. Morales is just like transposing to the open Sicilian. I don't know. I don't love f4 in this line. d5. Exchanging is horrible, so the only other option here is to play d3. You know, against a young player, like a weaker player, I would think a lot of people would go into this type of ending where white is actually like slightly better, probably. But that's definitely not your style. So, alright, knight f3. Yeah, I mean, black can play pawn takes pawn. It's a perfectly good line. Feels like we're playing the Budapest Gambit. Andy Soltis plays 92. True, Uber Driver. 92 is a nice, tricky line. Did you read Confessions of a Grandmaster? That's a great book. Alright. D takes e4. He does do that. Could play some crazy gambit with 95. It was printed after 77. Yeah, but everything in it is like from 1977, so it's like perfect for you. Alright, knight takes e4. a6. Wow. Extreme chess moves. That's insane. You know, a6 is typical Sicilian move. There's 287 games here at the master level. Not one player played a6. That is seriously bizarre. I mean, that's not a bad move. He's stopping bishop b5. It's a perfectly, like, logical prophylaxis. It's kind of unbelievable that no one played a6. That's a completely logical move. That's insane. Wow. Knight h6, you know, not a bad move. It's a reverse Budapest theme. Surprisingly played by two grandmasters. Just kidding, it's not surprising. I don't mind a6. Mule Skinner reacted with a4. I mean, obviously, b3 comes to mind here. You've got a really nice diagonal for this bishop here. You got to play the Budapest Gambit with white. a4 is a little reactionary. So, but it's probably okay. I mean, does black consider playing b6 or not? It's not so much to stop a5, but to play bishop b7. So you got a4, he got a6. He's clamping down on this. He stopped you from playing bishop b5. Guy's not bad for a 1665. And now bishop c4, because it's the Budapest Gambit. The problem with this Budapest Gambit is that we played f4. You know, I don't know. It's... Man, this guy's all business. I mean, knight f6, just developing a piece and challenging a strong knight on e4. You know what they do in these type of variations a lot of times is knight f2. Mule Skinner. The classic knight f2 for the hardcore Grand Prix attack player. You got d3 maybe? That's really awkward, but if you're going to play b3 and bishop e2, it's actually not that bad. I imagine this is the natural move. If black is really creative, he might come up with g takes f. Maybe this move should be considered. Would Akiba Rubinstein play g takes f? It's a reverse Budapest Gambit again. I mean, the gf is an idea. The file here, he can castle queenside, or just stay in the center. It controls the e5 square. I think gf deserves serious consideration. Probably too much for most people. Here the queen is clearly a little misplaced. Temporarily. So much for bishop b2. Attacking her pawn. You castled, he castled, and then whammo. Got this. Yeah, so I don't know what I would anticipate. Queen d8. Mule Skinner starts to have some serious threats. But I'm not sure if it's enough. There's the d4 square. But as far as Budapest Gambits go, I mean, we're getting warm. I don't know. I mean, we're really, really close to a very serious attack here with white. b6 feels slow. I didn't like his queen takes f6, honestly. I would have played gf. Feels like you almost have a tactic. This is unprotected, this is unprotected, this is unprotected, this is unprotected. How many unprotected things can this guy have? And nothing is working. Okay, h7 is protected once, but I mean, you're so close to a tactic here. It's unbelievable that nothing works. But queen f3? I mean, maybe this was a waste of time. What are you really doing with queen f3? Seriously. What does queen f3 do? You, like, force him to play bishop b7? Why is that good for you? Why play queen f3? I mean, you might as well play queen h5. I guess he would have played queen g6. That's the problem. I'll be damned if there isn't something for white here. You're really close. But I guess queen h5, queen g6 holds for black. There's got to be something. f5, something. I mean, there is just the standard knight e4. I mean, this probably not a bad move, no? Force him to retreat. Then he has this square. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I mean, it looks like white should have something here. Yeah, he didn't get his rook across, Super Driver. Actually, when did white play d3? That was a long time ago. It's not mandatory, though. It's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah. I mean, you could have castled, but then I guess queen takes f4 is a legit possibility. It's not so easy. I guess this might actually be a good pawn stack for white. That's not a new idea in the Grand Prix attack, by the way. To sacrifice the f4 pawn. Yeah, I mean, you might be onto something, Uber. I'm not really, like, thinking that that pawn is very digestible. Because you're going to blast black. I mean, he gets seriously blasted here with d4 and d5. This looks extremely dangerous. Yeah, you might be onto something. You know, so if you castle, but how's it going to work? You know, like bishop d6, are you going to play rook a3 here in this position? I don't think so. It's just not a normal it's not a normal Budapest. The queen's on f6. You've got a pawn on f4. It would be nice, but I just don't see this rook coming across. Osla Papa, 1, 2, 3. Igen. Beszél magyarul. My Hungarian is. I never speak Hungarian in the stream. Magyarul beszélni. All right, b6, queen f3, bishop e7, bishop d2, knight a5, queen h3, queen g6, no, h6. We're going to lose the bishop. I don't know, man. I think you need to find something better here. But it feels like you got it. Can we sack up piece? Can we play f5? Hold on a second. Can somebody assure me that f5 is not a strong move for white? Can I be assured that this is not a good move? Black has queen h6, for example. That's kind of nuts. Probably getting his queen trapped, virtually getting his queen trapped, but not quite. You think e takes f5? Alright. Very good. There's always somebody. Alright, I agree, Uber Driver. You should be the principal. Play the principled move. Yep. Yeah, it's queen h5 here. There's nothing. This is frustrating. I'm going to turn on the engine. Damn, I couldn't find anything. Queen f3 is the best move. And white has no advantage. That is brutal. This is a strong 1600. Bishop d2, knight a5, queen h3, h6, bishop c3. That's a nice move. He's going to trade queens. No, queen f5 is interesting. This might force you to loosen your king side, but white would have to, like, you know, play g4. I don't really feel safe about that. I don't feel too safe about that. But this doesn't look good. I don't like the look of this. He could have tried to trade queens. No? He was like playing for a win. So you did that. There goes the attack. H takes g5. Bishop d2. So it quickly like evaporates into this. Man, very solid move by black. You know, rook d8. Not giving you anything. I mean, if you played bishop takes f4, you have very serious threats. But he plays like just very solid rook a8. I mean, this guy played a good game. Is it like a little kid? I mean, is he really 1665? He's very good for 1665. ae1 takes rook d4. Damn. You have rook e6 now? The tactic wizard. What's happening here? I mean, you do anything, right? No. You can't do anything. So you would have this. He would take this. What the fuck is going on? Excuse me. Pardon my language. Rook takes here. Pawn takes. And now that. So he's falling apart in that ending. Does rook takes e6 work? Does this work? Queen takes g2 doesn't work. Mule Skinner, does this work? Did you have this? I mean, maybe he just goes here. But now you have rook f5. What is going on here? Off the static noise. Willie C, the heat machine. Oh no. A late submission. I don't know about that, Shocky. It's pretty late. Late is late. So let's check the engine. I think he has rook takes e6. He does. Damn. And it's queen g5. I don't speak Ukrainian. I did study Russian, but I forgot everything. That's not the same. But if I remembered my Russian, I would at least understand some Ukrainian. But I don't. I am not Ukrainian. I'm an American who lives in Hungary. Rook takes e6. Damn, dude, this wins. Queen g5. And it is rook f5. I actually found the best line. Mule Skinner had it. Not winning, but very promising for you. This guy played great. But you had that really nice window of opportunity here with rook takes e6. And Emil Skinner got a little too routine. Now black is allowing a dubious pawn structure. But this is weak too. I mean, black's pawns are worse, you know? Rook f4 is kind of awkward. I would prefer to attack that with the queen. Can't you play like queen h4 here? Rook f4 seems awkward. You leave your back rank weak. You know, your rook just feels awkward on f4. I would like leave it here. Bishop takes d5, pawn takes d5. Google. Yeah, well anyway, we're not talking about that now. E takes d5, rook f4. I thought maybe this. But he has queen c6, and here rook f2. Yeah, and this is hanging, this is hanging. You would have to take on d4, and then black would take on c2. And I figure it's a draw. It's going to be a draw. Let's see. Queen takes this. Yeah. I mean, either side should have a big advantage here. Emil Skinner missed his one shot with rook takes c6, but maybe we can still outplay black in this ending. So rook f4, queen g5. Yeah, I was worried about the back rank here. We've still got this issue. And meanwhile, black can like get on there with the rook. Black can start to activate the rook. Don't you have queen f2 here? Oh, again, it's like rook c8. So like whatever you try to do, you have this now. What is he playing on queen f2? I don't know. I mean, what's happening here? Oh, he has like, well, queen e3 isn't going to save him, though. I mean, he's lost here, probably. This should be lost. I mean, is this not lost? He has rook e8? King f1? Are you kidding me? Like rook e5? This pawn is a dead duck. That pawn on e3 is gone, man. There's no way he's saving that. Pawn is 100% gone. No, I think you still got him with queen f2. How does he defend this? Rook e8's not good enough. And rook c8 fails to rook takes f7. It looks like. I mean, unless black has some kind of miraculous move here. Does he have some insane move like queen e3? Doesn't even threaten anything. That doesn't work. Does it? Well, now you'd have to allow queen check and play like something to give your king a square. And then black has queen check, king h2, and all hell's breaking loose again. Though you're still better. You're a lot better in this ending. Looks like h4 was kind of weird. I would prefer to play h3, to be honest. I think this is a little weird. h3 seems more solid. It's not like he has a fianchetto and you're trying to play h5 or something. Yeah, wow, and it's just a blunder. Yeah. So it's a draw. Black actually wants more than a draw here. He's playing for a win with queen takes b2. But it's like, dude, you don't have a passed pawn. I mean, he doesn't have a passed pawn. He's up a doubled pawn. Like, it just doesn't really matter. Wow, he's actually trying to lose now. It's a draw, though. Okay. Yeah, you had opportunities. Alright. So next game, Camel Culture. Was Camel Culture number 7 in the study? Yeah, Camel Culture was number 7. Alright, the lucky number 7. Number 6, Chapter 7. Chapter 7 is called Chapter 6. Because that makes sense, right? Alright. What do I got? I got a game of Ripun is next. After this. Alright, so this is Camel Culture's game, right? No. Camel Culture is 5. That's Nils's game. No. No, Ripun was in a separate chapter. This is Camel Culture's game. Camel Clutcher, actually. I just like to say Camel Culture. So, alright. So Camel Clutcher had a great tournament where he's 3 points from Master, 4 points from USCF National Master now. Wikipedia says a camel is a desert animal with 2 humps. There are obviously more than one kind of camel. I learned that potatoes are poisonous for guinea pigs the other day. There's a lot of interesting stuff. Alright. Anyway. Camel Culture is white here. E4, E6, D4, D5. This is the right game, isn't it? Did Camel leave the building? Actually, I don't even know what Camel Culture plays. It's the microphone static noise. I don't understand. Like, my phone is not really that close to the microphone. I don't know what else it could be. It could be my phone. But I normally don't have an issue with it. It has to be the phone. I'll keep it away. And, yeah, thanks for letting me know. That's Bob with heavy breathing. I like A6. Alright. C5. So black plays Sicilian style. C5 and queen takes D5. I think honestly, like, ED is a principal way to play. What do you think, Uber driver? I would think, like, that was weird. There's fireworks. What? E takes D5? I would think that this would be my choice the most. Yeah, that's the solid way to play. Why are there fireworks? What's going on? Anyone have an idea? June 11th. Arsenal fan. Is the fan in the... Oh, it's not the fan noise. Fan noise! Fireworks. Uh-oh, what could it be? So, Camel, you're playing, like, all different stuff with white? They just started a huge barrage of fireworks. It's not a joke, man. It sounds like July 4th here. But I have no idea what it's for. I'm so in touch. All I know is, like, we had thunderstorms for, like, 4 days in a row. This is from my game last Saturday where I beat 3 masters and experts. And then experts. Three masters and an experts. We're gonna have to have a drink to celebrate. Alright. This is 2230 with black. So, Camel Culture strikes me as kind of positional, but like aggressive positional player. This is a good line for said style. This is like main line, and Queen D7 is real trendy. I don't know if it's still trendy, but it was trendy for a while. That's like post Uber driver chess theory. Queen D7, Queen D6, main line, old school, castle. I guess this is normal. So Knight F6 is most common. He plays this, which is certainly a reasonable move. So I'm out of theory here. I mean, this appears to be a move for white. Cowboys? What do cowboys have to do with Queen D6? Alright. Knight B3. A6. You're the only, like, New England resident I know who's a Cowboys fan. Uber driver. Constantly referring to Cowboys. Dude, there's serious fireworks. What is that about? Knight on BD4. Knight D4. So basically we just like transpose this to a main line here. We transpose this? No, this is not good. Wow. Okay, so A6 is unusual. It doesn't seem like black really did anything wrong, though. I mean, how bad can this be? Some kind of minor inaccuracy? He's not supposed to play knight c6. He's supposed to play knight f6. And I guess a lot of times they don't play a6 at all. Right? The point is to play bishop d7. It's like more compact. This. You just don't move any pawns that aren't necessary. You know. You don't have to move a6. Uber driver. Chauvinism is just typical libertarian. Alright. Now going back to the game, knight c6. Girls can play aggressive chess too, Uber driver. Alright, showing his age. Knight bd4, knight d4, knight d4, queen c7. So it just totally transposes back into another variation. Did white do something wrong? No. It just transposes back. That's weird. What would Alexander Ivanov do? Man, Alex was good in this line. Rook e1 was played in a random game, but that doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know. We transpose back. Yes, queen takes d4 is nothing. It's like a very safe move, though. I mean, obviously white could trade queens, but I mean, you have a tiny edge in the endgame with a queenside majority, maybe, but it's not much. So now we're getting back into theory. I mean, you got these things where Michael Adams sacrifices his h2 pawn, right? We sacrifice the h2 pawn. This is a sharp line. But the knight's usually like on f6, isn't it? That's a different line, I guess. Is it this? I'm thinking of lines of the knight on f6, so I think I'm a little bit confused. It seems I just am not familiar with this variation where there's no knight on f6. Maybe I was thinking of queen e2. But again, it would be bishop d6. There's this. Bishop takes h2 check, king h1. Bishop e5. Very sharp. But I mean, it just seems so lame to play h3. I don't want to do that. I mean, the problem with g3 overdriver is that you might get in trouble on this diagonal yourself if you try to play g3. Two games that was played and it ended badly for black. What if white tried something like queen g4? Do you run into f5 or what is happening there? Seriously. Queen g4? How is this not a move? This looks scary. Knight e7. Whoa. For real? If you take this, black has like Pac-Man mode or something. Really? Knight e7? But my point being that like this isn't good, right? But who knows? Bishop a4 check. Mate with the two bishops in the middle of the board. Emery Tate. But seriously, I don't know. That is a pretty crazy variation. That would be a really strange variation. Just want to see this move. Is queen g4 even playable? Yeah, Uber driver knows what he's talking about. Seriously. There is bishop takes h2, bishop e5 though. I mean, that's a little more easy to see. Yeah, he just defends the pawn. But I would imagine that white would have some chances here. This isn't clear. I mean, you have some initiative. It's like a black mark. What's it called? What's that thing in the French called? h3 is definitely lame though. Whatever white plays. So, our hero played queen h5, not being a wuss. With h3. Yeah, I mean, clearly h3 is just absurdly lame. It cannot be played. I mean, the problem with this, though, is that we get hit with tempo. So we're following some theory. Navarro Hare Krishna. It's interesting, though, that there's no games post-2017 here. Oh, there's one. Cornet Diamante versus Blue Bomb. Result 0-1. A lot of Diamante. Play like a girl, Uber driver. Okay. Queen h4. Diamante would not appreciate your feelings about how girls play. Queen h4 castles. Damn. Homie played a novelty now. It doesn't look like the kind of position where, you know, you want to necessarily be playing a novelty that no one played in 19 games. Wow. What white really needs is an Uber driver rook right now. If I could teleport my a1 rook to h3, black resigns instantly. How do we do this magic rook lift? The other rook obviously wants to come up, you know, and like finish him off. So he did castles. No one has ever dared to play this. Although I'm sure we'll find a lot of games on lichess. There's 11 games on lichess. And not surprisingly, they're all high-rated games, because who knows how to play this deep into the theory, right? Like, you have to be at least a master to, like, get this far, right? Donatello, that's one of the Slovenian guys. Donatello played this. Alright. Or maybe that's not, but I thought it might be. No, now we got the classic bishop g5, but I'm not sure that's White's only move. Bishop g5 is the obvious move, and it's certainly not bad, but do we have any other ideas here? I mean, I really, you know, I think a rook lift would be deadly, but it looks slow. So I'm gonna think that you're right, but just wondering, is there anything else? Bishop h6. Triple exclam. Yeah, knight f3 I consider. That's a move I would consider. But it does look slow. You would play c3 Uber Driver. But c3 is sneaky. It gives us bishop c2. So it's not altogether passive, necessarily. That has a little bit of poison. Anna read that some... must be that trans chess streamer. Alright, so bishop g5. Now black came up with bishop e5 because development, right? Development? Yeah. This is not developing your pieces. What development? Yeah, they played a game on my stream. They played like perfectly. My pronouns. I don't know whether to call her he. No, she. Pronouns. Confused. Should call she, obviously. Such an idiot. Alright, bishop e5. Rook on a to d1. People prefer different things, you know, with gender, so whatever. I don't know. h6. We're getting into gender discussions here. It's a good thing Bob's not on the stream. So Uber Driver, yeah. I'm thinking I want to sacrifice stuff. I was thinking of knight f3 giving him this pawn. But this doesn't do anything. It's just stupid. Yeah, Mr. Coffee. I feel it. Feeling it. Somebody played h6 here. That's sick, man. You might as well resign if you play h6. h6 is... I can't believe that's a good move. There's just no way. There's just no way. Move 11's dropping the pride, love. I'm not a fan of Rick DeSantis, and he's cutting off the raise now because of some bullshit. Some support for stadiums because they have pride symbols or something. Hopeless. Anyway, we're not going to get into politics. Alright. h6 was played. I want to go back one more move, though. I want to find a better move. Okay, bishop e5. Yeah, rook d1 makes sense, dude. It totally makes sense. Yeah, no rook d3. And c3. Yeah, c3 is good, too. Wonder if black would consider playing, like, giving up the bishop. How would you recapture if you played that? A long time ago, they would have been checkmated, Uber driver. I think, like... Yeah. No, I like rook d1. Bishop h6. Pawn h6. Rook d3. There's nothing. You could play this, theoretically. But I imagine that white doesn't have quite enough. Plus, I wasn't sure about this. Or even, well, bishop h2 probably doesn't matter, because then we just won't take it. I mean, seriously, you could play this, right? And then bishop h2, king h1. What's black's best defense if you sack your bishop here? Let's say he takes it. You take on h6. If knight g4, you have queen g5 check, and his like knight is dropping. Is there something crazy? Bishop g7? Just bishop g7? Queen g4, and like e5? Or bishop f5 be e5, knight f5. I mean, clearly this is dangerous. It looks like black is lost here. So, I don't know. I mean, does this bishop takes h6 actually work? Doesn't work? Computer doesn't like it at all. Something I'm missing. So knight h7 actually defends, okay. Yeah, the rook d3 is part of the equation for sure. Right, but we just don't have time. I'd have to sack the bishop first. You want to do like rook d3 first. It's an idea. Now there's like complications though. You know, black might play h5 or something, I don't know. Yeah, this is plausible. King h7. Now we need our c3. I mean, black would have to be a good defender. And a lot of weak players would probably go down in flames here. But it looks like the attack is unsound. Yeah. It's just not quite sound. But anyway, it's fine. Like, why rush? Black weakened his king side. If it's not now, later he's going to get him. So that's what you did. Bishop c1 was played in the game on lichess, which makes total sense, by the way. Get it out of the way. See, the big problem with Chemiculture's move is that he actually interferes with our rook transfer, you know, with bishop e3. So this guy who lost this game on lichess had a good position. He didn't lose because of the opening. He has a very good position. Black played queen e7. I was expecting, okay, here. Bishop c7. White has a huge advantage. He's just like winning with knight f5. Black defended this somehow. This game is over. So it looks like Camel should have played bishop c1. Yeah, I don't like that this interferes with our rook lift. This was the plan, apparently. Wow, totally different direction. I feel like it's Mule Skinner. Alright. He's got to go back. OMG. So black has bishop takes h2 check, but you just play king h1. That's the point. But we've known about that for a long time. So if I were black, I would think, long and hard about playing bishop takes h2 check here. Uber driver is always right. E takes f5. I mean, the first thing I would look at would be e5. But it looks really suicidal. Like, this might just, work. Now we have everything. I mean, we have this lift, this diagonal. It's like, we're threatening queen g5. So I believe Uber driver. And then, gotta go here. No. I mean, we could just take, but it's not very exciting. Now, this might be more realistic. No, it's getting a little bit awkward for white. Yeah, I agree. But this seems very greedy, man. I don't know. But maybe he can play it and then take on f5. Let's see what he did here. Alright, king h1, bishop g3. That's what he did. It's almost like a transposition. Here, he took on f5, knight f5, bishop f5, rook f5. Yeah, and I don't know if white has enough compensation or not. It feels like it, but at the same time, our king isn't safe. Rook takes f6 is a big deal. So he plays rook a e8, threatening rook takes e3. Queen h2 earlier. What are you talking about? Dude, we know we have queen h2 earlier. That's just like a trading down everything. White can't afford to trade queens. That would be a mess. Well, it's not about a fork. Yeah, maybe he didn't see the fork. Alright. I see the fork. We see it, but it's just not enough. Rook a e1. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking you were going to do this, but then black has rook takes e3. So, this sucks. Man. Yeah, I don't know. I have the feeling that Camel had something better. But he's really good with the bishops. He beat me in a nice game of the bishop pair a while back. Bishop takes h6. This reminds me of the game where you mated me. Now. Camel culture. That funny game where you had the weird two bishops mate. Threatening the subtle rook h4. The subtle master. I mean, I don't know. This game is too complicated for me to analyze in 15 minutes. It's just too much tactics and stuff. Damn, he sacked his queen. Crazy. Going for the brilliancy prize. There's this huge threat. And it's not the only threat. Man. Now you played bishop d4. What am I missing here? I don't understand. Okay. I understand. Rook d4. Rook d5. I bet you have like multiple wins. But there is like His king can go to f8, so it's a little bit tricky now. The check, rook h5. I mean, the point is he has queen c6. What if you played bishop d5, then queen c2? How can we prevent this interfering and annoying defense? You could like stick your rook on d5, but it's too awkward. Oh shit, what? Mozart is like 23 bishop queen d6 back rank. Right. I mean, I know this wasn't a perfect game, and I'm sure that white had better. And I'm sure that black had better. And it felt like it was dicey, and I don't know who's better here, but yeah. There's definitely improvements. He got obsessed with trying to win the queen, and he missed better moves for sure. We'll start pointing out queen d6 with back rank threats. I'm sure that you're right. Like, there were better defenses. I don't have 100% faith in White's position. I mean, White's king is sketchy, you know, for sure. I think he should have played in a safer fashion, or a different fashion. But it was a fun game. Rook e4 is really funny. But this is a nice queen sack, but how do we finish it after rook e8? The check... I don't know, rook f1 doesn't work. I mean, rook f1... Actually, it doesn't work. Yeah, maybe rook f1. Rook f1... What do we do? Does black have bishop e5? I mean, I guess black could even play, theoretically, king h7. But he played bishop d4, and this is like a new threat. Suddenly there's this possibility of like going to an ending a pawn up, by the way. You know, just like taking on f7. So he does a really good job with the bishops. He's just like maximizing the scope of the pieces, kind of, and using more than one idea. Now, like, clearly this is a crushing threat. There's no checks except for h2, which is a problem. So we got to do this with check. I can't say I fully appreciate where we are. Black is threatening mate. I wouldn't want to have this position in like time pressure. It has to be bishop f7. And then king h7 is mate. So he has to go to f8. And then it's a trick. He played... Well, what happened here? He like lost on time? I'm not fully sure what happened here. I mean, obviously king e7, we're going to lose our queen. But you have king g8? Oh, it's rook f8. Oh, okay. So the point is rook f8. Yeah. Black just missed it. I have the feeling that white is like winning here. He has to find rook e7. It's a really tough position for both sides, but especially for black, if you're in time pressure, which most people are these days. Yeah, that was a crazy game. So bishop c3 turns out to be stronger. What's the difference? It keeps the rook open, and it stops this queen c2. This is key, apparently, to go there. Yeah, it was a creative game. You know, I mean, this is clearly, what, 90-30 time control? It seems like everything is fast now. It was too complicated to analyze in 15 minutes. I mean, apparently after rook e7, black has just probably lost. But in your game, in your variation, bishop d4, rook e7 hangs on. Because we don't have this element. So you maximized your bishops, but you didn't maximize your rooks. It was a great queen sack, though. Alright, guys. I have one more game. 2 more games. Snedsteg. I gotta do these quickly. Wish to have this game analyzed. Alright. Wait a sec. Do I still have the board up? Yeah. Well, I don't know who's winning this game. White wins. Alright. We'll analyze it from white's side. It was a great game. Congratulations on Camel Cultures. Closing in on the master title. c4, knight f6, knight c3, castle e4. So it's a classical King's Indian, h3. h3 is the highest percentage move for white. Though I think it's very subtle. Not that it's that easy to play. I think you have to be a fairly strong player to play the white side of the closed King's Indian. I wouldn't recommend it to beginners. Black played e5, and now you have to play d5. Because h3 is a slow move. The only other move here for white is taking and going to a sort of lame version of the exchange variation with d takes c5. You can play d takes c5 and queen takes d8 and play this ending with the move h3. It's very drawish. But you don't have another option. This is not really a good move. The problem is, like, if black puts pressure on your e4 pawn, you've played h3. And so you can't play f3 and totally weaken your king side. You have to defend the e4 pawn with pieces. And I've had games like this where white had to play like bishop e2, bishop f3, something totally artificial. In the game you decided to defend it with like bishop d3. But that's the problem. Like this isn't really optimal. It's not the end of the world, I guess. Maybe bishop d3 is better than playing bishop e2, bishop f3. Interesting. Okay, it's not the total disaster. So black, I guess, comes here, trying to attack e4. What are we going to do about that? Or knight a6, knight c5. This is another plan. A lame variation of the exchange variation. That's pretty bad. Yeah, right. Lamer should be the proper. Oh yeah. This is Snedsteg. So if black puts pressure on the e4 pawn with the pieces, like, how do you defend your e4 pawn? See, that's the problem. Maybe we can find a tricky way to do it, like queen c2 or something. There's one game here white actually managed to draw, but you're like tied in knots. This bishop is a disaster. It's so tied up and passive. I don't really like it. So everyone else played f3. But I mean, I can't believe this long card guy played this twice. He's like a Croatian IM. I mean, White's kingside is pretty artificial. I can't believe this guy is voluntarily playing this with the weaknesses on the dark squares. But, you know, he's a strong player. Maybe he can play g4 and king g2 and he understands what he's doing. It looks like some people played knight h5, Arcevic, and my friend Javier. That's an old game from 1996. It's just not really right to create all these dark square weaknesses. So you don't want that to happen. That's why you don't want to play... That's basically why you don't want to play, you know, you want to play d5. Pinning the knight doesn't do enough. Oh, pinning the knight now? Well, you know, you don't want to give up your dark square bishop. But this might not be as bad. Because we're out of there and black doesn't have, you know, that much pressure on e4. Black's position is okay. But it's not as good as tying him down to e4. Here black played bishop b7. I mean, that's a pretty weird position. I don't like this. I don't really like bishop b7 for black. Entertainment value. Yeah, I don't know where to put that bishop. That bishop is a difficult piece to deal with. I mean, honestly, black can play d5. Fundamentally, I mean, this is the move. What are you going to do about it? You got a problem. You're going to have to, like, let the whole center, like, liquidate. And black is fine. I think this is a very clear way for black to play. cd5 takes. Is it possible white has a trick like bishop b5? Of course it's possible. Answer my own questions around here. Here. Still, it looks alright. Take. And then rook a8. Yep. Now your bishop g5 is starting to look like something. There might be some technical problem. It looks like there's a technical problem with d5. You've got cd5, bishop b5. Shoot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to quite work for black. But I don't know. I mean, black should find some kind of natural move here. Rook b8 or maybe that's bad. Knight d7. I think the black's alright. You play it like a Marazzi for black. Knight d7 should be alright. Let's see. What's wrong with knight d7? Sometimes like this, the foigle thing can happen, like queen a4, queen a5 in this type of structure. You gotta be careful you don't get Caruana. Caruana had this crazy game with bishop takes c3 last year. The computer likes c5. It feels kind of committal. But anyway, I'm going to go on record as just saying I don't like knight c6 that much. You know, I think that black should have done the other plan. Like Arcevic. Alright. Yeah, so this is a little bit like what's black doing. Now you got the a5. It's a nice tactic with knight e5. Bishop's not trapped. This is awkward. This is really awkward. Uh-oh. So maybe we have to bail out now. Play like queen c2. Nice seeing you. What black needs to do is like knight there, there, there. Go for the d4 square. But knight b6 is a serious threat. Okay, you saw the problem for now, but your queen is on an awkward square. Uh-oh. He's got to go back. Oh, shit. Are you serious? So you sack the queen? Right. Yeah, that's too much material. I mean, there is this at the end. So technically, black has almost enough. You got a queen and a pawn for rook and knight. And bishop, that's too much. It's a point of material down for black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. White structure is bad though, you know, and it's hard to coordinate here. Speaking of coordinating, white's getting coordinated. How are you going to checkmate him on the dark squares? Pretty hard to do without a dark square bishop. That's a problem. Now we got him. Arabian mate with knight f6. No way out. Now here, I mean, his last chance is the perpetual based on queen f4. So maybe there's still... Oh, there's a mate with rook g8, so that's really nice. You got rook f8, rook g8 mate. You had to play h5. He can't... Can he play h5 now? It's perpetual check if he plays knight f6. If you play knight f6. It's too late? Why? There's no mate here. But there is a mate anyway? No, I don't see it. What am I missing? Rook f8, rook g8, knight f6. Right, but he's still squeaking away, right? You've got h4 or something? No, I mean he's got queen f4. This is still not clear. Oh, he's actually getting away. You had something else. Okay. After h5, rook f8 check, king g7, rook f7 check, king h8, knight f6. So he doesn't have a perpetual here. Here I am just like assuming that black has a perpetual. That's the problem. Wow. Are you serious? What? King f1. Queen c check. I mean, it would be hard to see this, you know, in a slow game. But eventually you, like, get away. That's the point. He can't perpetual check. I was just assuming it was perpetual check. So, this doesn't help. And even if you don't have that mate anyway, you're like probably winning with this, right? Because he can't do anything. Yeah, that was a cool game. But I would stay away from that, letting the center open with h3. You generally don't want to do that. Alright. And there was one other game. It's really late, I gotta go, guys. Don't know who Chess for Feel is. Polu Cooker. Who's Chess for Feel? I really gotta go, guys. It's too late. I will be, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. I'll be back tomorrow night with my simul. Sorry I can't get to these last games. How do I get you to analyze a game of me? Just send me the game and I'll submit it for next Thursday. Usually I do this on Thursday nights. Did I forget somebody's game? I did all the games, right? Repunge. Submitted a game? We did that, right? Did I not get to Repunge's game? No, I didn't. I'm just going to do this really quick. He submitted this before the other players. Alright. Guys, submit me the game and we'll analyze them next Thursday. Actually, I can add these last ones. Shaki. And Chess for Feel. I don't know if Chess for Feel is a subscriber, though. You have to be a subscriber. So, Lord Teddy, thanks for subscribing. And I'm going to just quickly go over this game for 5 minutes. Okay, he's black here. Yeah, this I don't like this opening for white. It's too passive. Knight b2 it's extremely passive for white. g6 is a good setup, playing it like a Catalan. But knight c6, I don't know. I mean, are you gonna like gambit this pawn on c5? It's tough to say. You can play it. But if you do gambit the pawn, I mean, maybe you don't want the pawn coming down on your knight on c6. I would think it would be more usual to play, you know, like here, queen c7, bishop g7, and then, you know, if he takes here, you have more options. You could try to pick the knight up, pick the pawn up with your knight. You know, if you put your knight on c6, you have less options to try to get the pawn back. Is the Collie a slower London? Well, it's a relative, right? But I like it, you know, I think that white should play bishop d3 and then try to play like b3. Like the Coley Kaltnowski, WJ Loof, is better. Arsenal fan, I'm just wrapping it up, guys. It's been a long stream. We're going to be back tomorrow night for a simul. So white finally like transposed to a normal setup, let's say. You know, another option that black has here, I mean, I guess you can obviously play all different formations. You could try to put your bishop on f5 or something. Thanks, Finvar, for a 100 bit donation. G6. It's basically a Slav closed Catalan now with colors reversed. I mean, queen e2 is probably not such a bad move. But I mean, you wouldn't normally do that in the Catalan, I guess. This bishop might be on the wrong square now. Yeah, this move I don't really like. But I guess he was worried what was going to take. You've gambited this pawn for so many moves. Now you're finally like taking on d4, but why in this moment? Yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird to play queen c7, actually. You could even play queen d6, like defending the pawn, or queen b6, defending the pawn. I token him out. No, I appreciate it. It's a thought that counts. Preventing e5 and d takes c5. Yeah, white's gonna end up getting forked in some variations. I mean, if you try to take the pawn, it's like e5 threatening e4. Now white has to play e4. No, that's interesting. Asterbait, thanks for the gift sub. Gift subbing Finvar. I don't know. This is kind of weird. I don't think that Ripon usually plays this type of stuff. But I think you helped white with this exchange on d4 a bit. Now white makes another weak move, h3. I guess it's not terrible, but it's also not the most constructive. Rook e1 seems more constructive for white, with the idea of moving the knight to f1. h3 weakens his position. Black has like knight h5 here. This looks really dangerous, actually. White's got a problem with knight there. You know, if you hadn't played h3, you could play g3 right here. If you play rook e1, black plays knight h5, you have g3. Someone actually played knight f1. And this was an actual game from 2013. He gave up his dark squared bishop. White ended up winning this game, although I don't think that he has any advantage, objectively. I don't know what white's really doing. But I think black is fine in this position. But h3 is a weakness. Here white's like giving up the white square bishop, not really getting much for it. The white squares are kind of weak. Oh. Can I see your permission slip? Yeah, I know under no circumstances am I playing bishop takes e5. This is a really bad move. You need the dark square bishop to like protect your king side. You can't see my friends list on Twitch anymore. Oh no. He's been banned or something. This is a very bad move. And that's a horrible move too. I mean, white has to take this. And black will take this. But I think that like black's king side is kind of funky with the dark squares. So I prefer white. You're actually seriously worse there. This is a very bad blunder. White counter mistake and then you're fine. Yeah, and f4 isn't... I don't know. I guess it's making some sense. c5. Here, okay. And black's better, but not so easy. It's a closed Dutch. Very bad bishop for white. Whoa. And white just went crazy with that 5. No, it just looks like white's trying to hold on and should probably beware of f6. White should probably play rook f1. I mean, I don't know what else to do. But he played this. Mr. Copy's like, ooh, not c4 here. No, c4, I mean, it might have been alright. But f5's crazy. He's just playing for sort of cheap shots. It's lucky if white has enough compensation for that pawn. And then he just lost 2 pieces for a rook. Just lost. Yeah, white's just lost. I mean, 2 bishops for the rook is deadly. I mean, you can still win with trading queens, but this is better. You're probably right to keep the queens on. And now it's crushing. Although maybe you just... Yeah, okay, he had to do that. Now he decides to trade queens, but c3 is really weak. Oh. Really? It's a bit risky. King f2. You have to try king f2 here. So this is like suicide. And then bishop e4. And that's all she wrote. Alright guys, thanks for submitting the games. I don't know about c4. I didn't like b4 for white either. But not a lot of time left. Gotta go guys. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for your support. We'll be back with the simul tomorrow night. Thanks Mr. Coffee. Thanks for the raid from Tranquilizer. And we'll be back again Sunday night. Thanks everybody. Bye bye. Thank you for the donation of 5 gift subs from Finbar. Very generous. Again, guys, thank you very much. Finbar, very generous. 5 gift subs from our new viewer. Going to Noir Viking, Proclada, Bleak 90, and 2 others. Thank you very much, sir, for your donations. Very generous. Community is supporting itself. IVYM, thank you for being a subscriber as well. Lord Teddy, also a new viewer. Arsenal fan, thanks for stopping by. It's been a really long stream. Sorry, man, I couldn't engage enough here at the end. Thank you guys for your support, and have a great weekend. I will see you tomorrow night. Bye-bye.